Morning, morning. No, no poop shower yet. Caffeine hasn't hit. Watching this RR, a bunch of inside candles on it. Ah, yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Right back up. CRML, red to green. INHD, daily cock, nice. Wow, got some follow through there. Look, I thought about it and I was like, you know what? I want nothing to do with what I experienced yesterday. I showered. I didn't shave though, so I do have that still. How has there not been a freaking cock here? Do warrants not have alts? If they move fast enough, they do. I think. Pretty sure. So I think the same rules apply. CRML back to the highs. I really like this RR. I know the float's a little bigger than what I normally trade, but geez, like, that's wound up. There it is. It's freaking shot up without me. 322 break. Come on. It's a 5-minute cock. Good. Upper Bollinger Band, some up here. I don't think it's gonna rip through it. Stop me out and then immediately bounce right back up. Okay. Okay. And now it's gonna go. Tell me they don't know. Tell me they don't know. Oh, you can't see. I put a stop limit on for 2-cent trailing stop. It dipped, filled me, and then ripped. QMMM. Interesting. Hmm. Volume's there. It hit 66 somehow. Another phantom fill that dicks the chart. Getting sick of that, man. CRML has a 1-minute cuck here. Watch over 723. Whoa. Huh? And fail. Not digging around with this stuff. See our sealed daily nickeling out. Yeah. KSS. Five-minute on MDB. What?
Do it, Big Pappy.
I'm trying, big boy. Damn it. The dollar spread. Woof. Well, thought I got a good price. Eh. It's a tough one. The spreads are wild. An SJP and D. Pump and dump, huh? 'Fig daily. Nice, nice. $72.20. Chronos from yesterday, cryptocurrency over 24 now. Absolute beast. RR doing work. OPAD, maybe a 5 minute. They have a diagonal here on OKLO. CRML doing a 1 minute cuck right now. Hmm. Come on. INHD. A little cuck here. Can flip the script. Good volume. Thank you. Morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Bogus, I see you 57 months. I see you, big boy. Freaking OG in the hizzle. RR still juicing today. Young man. That's right. I don't know what's up with this. Fig broke. Way. Crazy. NHD went. Market's starting to juice. Looking at this fig, I like the daily level there at 72.20, but you also have like a diamond. Interesting. Okay, low, trying to break free. For today is 56. I mean, we're talking 4 cents here. Oh my gosh. Piece of shit. 20-cent spread and they're smashing the bid. Oh God, oh God. Good morning. Hmm. It's a 1 minute cock. One penny. It's all I'm asking. RR going for it again. That looks really nice. All right, well, it broke. Didn't do anything, so I'm gonna take my $100 and go home. RR, trying the 5 minute here. trade. Yeah, well, I mean, really shocked that it didn't rip, to be honest. Fig back down. Goes RR. All right, potty. Darksea, see what you did there. Yo, Crow at 28. I go take a dinkle and it's freaking 28. What the? It hit 29? Yo. I don't know. I just made up the word. A dookie and a tinkle. A dinkle. It works. Boys, that is wow. Of course, it's back down to 26 now that I'm back, you know. What's your friend's sell spot on Crow? There isn't one right now. Crow's one of the I mean, it had no reason to be near its, you know. Let's look at some levels. All right. I'm looking at it on Coinbase, so it's not the best, but we'll go with it. Clear level here. So any kind of pullback, I want to see this hold 23. After that, I mean, we're going to start looking over here. Probably a psychological level at 25. Pretty clear zone through here. So it's a little sloppy. And we'll go top. Actually, this one's like more of a pivot. There's news on serve. All right, back to this. Let's come back through there. Clear level here. Small level here. And then, I mean, then you start running out of stuff. I mean, you're up at $1 at that point. So we're down here. We're approaching that slop area. We're over this 25, where the bottom side would be 32-ish. I can bring it down even more. Bottom side would be 30, we'll call it 30, which we damn near just hit, right? Get rid of the fib levels. So my guess is it rejects this first, but I want to see it consolidate somewhere nicely up here. Hopefully this wasn't a blow off top that we just witnessed. My thought process on it is you have Trump's name attached to it, so most powerful man in the world. He hasn't even pumped it yet. You've got crypto.com, an established name. They're basically merger partners, right? You've got them as an entity owning 20% of the float, which is unheard of in the crypto world. Name someone else that owns 20% of one of these shit coins. You have in that prospectus or whatever it was that we read yesterday that they're going to try to reward people with Crow. So it will have a use case. All of this is something that Crow hadn't had before. Crow was relevant in 2021, and it hasn't been since. So I'm proving you this short. Okay, go ahead, bud. Go ahead, bud. When all those things start being implemented, then I sell. This is day 2. Think back when Trump coin was announced. Day 1, it went up an insane amount. Day 2, it doubled. So do we have that same sort of thing? I think we're witnessing it. This was day 2, right? This was day 1. And day 2, we just experienced. Is that all it has? I don't know. We'll see. I want to see it consolidate. I want to see 25 hold. Is it crazy that some world leader buys Crow? I sure hope so. That's my wild card. I don't think that'll happen, but just saying, when something usually has every reason to go up, it doesn't. I think those are the catalysts. What do you mean it doesn't go up? Jeez, are you paying a freaking attention to what I'm drawing on this screen? The damn thing is up. $82% in 36 hours. How can you say it didn't go up? I'm just trying to find out where the top is. And from here, I just play the charts. That's all I'm doing. Crow's been way higher. Right. But that was 2021. Everything was much higher then, too. I mean, if you want to go, I mean, it damn near, well, I need to go to like a different exchange. Chronos on. No, it's about as high as it went too. All right. Well, 2022, 2021, whatever. Highest was about $1, it looks like. And it went there for no reason. You clear 27 is a big window. Bert. Okay. I'm just being patient. I have a really good cost basis, so I'm not in any hurry. I'm in at like 18 and a half. So it's not hurting me just to sit in it and sip, right, cheese, and just. I mean, not me, but my friend. You were Jade? Jeez. It's that 95 level core wave, breaking all sorts of levels here. CRCL has a squeeze forming. What was the small cap that projected green? Oh, hollow, HOLO. KOLD, huh? Yeah, yesterday. Gave it all back. It's always a kind of a pump and dump. Figured it would be a bit of a better player yesterday, but nope. Piece of dung. You gonna bust out here, bud? 40, 49. There we go. There's VWAP. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Nothing like losing freaking internet when you're in a trade. I don't have this position right now. E-Trade's just disconnected. I had to sell it from my phone because I couldn't see anything, even though I didn't want to. So that means since I had to sell, it's gonna freaking juice. It's the whole internet just went. Took a dinkle on me. Yep, sure did. There it goes, 129 break. Of course. Cost you 15K? Jeez. That's why you always got to have that phone nearby. My rule of thumb is if I lose internet, I'm in a position, I close it immediately. Haven't had an internet issue in months. Of course I get it when I'm in a trade. Of course. Who wouldn't? What did it fill me at? 62. Fucking garbage, man. CNNA. Is YouTube and Kick back up and running? Curious. Might have to restart those. Oh no, it's there. Oh no. Yeah, it's there. I have 32, 16. And it starts to lag on your PC. What program do you use? Black Akko. Are you running 4 6 of RAM or 2? Yeah, I see that. It's halted, right? STSS. Oh, the daily cock on it, too. Jeez. Two sticks. Okay, that's good. ATP beta. I don't know what that is. Why did Sats pop after hours yesterday? Is there another contract or something? KDP? No, I didn't see that one. STSS is quoting 17. Nice little gap. Oh my gosh. Well, probably goes. It held up. I am buy under 17, maybe. High day. Yeah, I was thinking about buying that sub 95 for a little scalp there. I didn't. Stokes is pretty oversold last time that happened. Started a reversal here. MACD was in a different spot though. We'll see. Give me some. SMR got some levels if it wants it. Really light volume. So KLO doing. Hmm. That's yesterday's high, 43. Majobo. MDB back up to that 285.50 level. SMR breaking free. Sure what that does. GoPro. CRCL 5-minute. Damn, everything's dead right now. CoreWeave 5-minute. Still holding this 95 pretty nicely. Ace of spades. Let's go, buddy. 47. It's a 5-minute cuck as well. Circle. I like circle and core weave. 35. Oh, shit. Killed me right at the damn peak. It's about 30 cents higher than I wanted to be. Mm. That's disgusting. Literally top ticked me. There's a squeeze on this circle. I don't know which way it's gonna go. I already broke top side. It didn't go anywhere. So you know what that means. Test bottom side incoming. Yeah, the squeeze indicator. See it here? That momentum bar ain't helping me. at all. But usually when they glow yellow, you're going to get it represents price compression, and you're going to get expansion from there. Just going the wrong way right now. I don't like that at all. Yeah, this is a real bad look. It's called the SQZ Pro. If you have Thinkorswim, there's an indicator that it mimics. INHD looks like it could go. Forming some structure here. Needs to close over this. Devs popping up. I'm bored. I know I'm freaking. gripping my seat with my butthole right now, hoping that this thing squeezes to the top side rather than an absolute dump fest. INHD. Really? It's a bit of a pivot point. Like, it needs to go here. I'm playing around. You know, with NVIDIA going up, you'd think this would be doing better, huh? So we have a change on the squeeze. It's starting to turn red. I want to see it turn red then. Go straight to green would be ideal. That means the squeeze is squozing. But right now it's cooling off. I want to see that. Rather than just cool off, I want to see it indicate the squeeze is squeezing. MU. Nervous on NVIDIA earnings? Are you guys long? And are you guys playing NVIDIA? Savages. We're close. If you break this 71 where, you know, old SJ's sitting at, it should do it. Should. Very small play. Ape Life. AMD Sympathy. That might be a smart play. 1 penny. Just give it to me. Get me out of this thing. Well, it broke. Into a cuck. Come on. $40 to go up. Elevator down. I was literally thinking, well, it broke. I got what I wanted. It didn't do anything. Should exit. Nope. Didn't do it. Did I do it? Nope. Didn't do it. All the big volume is all red. Not a good sign. SSYS, or I'm sorry, STSS 5-minute cock off the 9 EMA as well. Something to watch there. All right, I need to just get out of this. This didn't do what I thought. I screwed it all up. Just move on. I should have exited here. I didn't. Yuck.
How much to shave your head?
Not enough. Where are we at now? $200. So this is a little bear trap. Let's see if this diagonal can hold up. Cam, let's go. 43 months. It's a 1-minute cock. Gonna do it. Gonna do it. This is breaking. Damn it. What? Oh, STSS. Now it goes. Freaking dollar jump. How, dude? Jesus. Ever did jury duty? No. I got called for it, but got exempt. Kind of want to do it. Sounds like an interesting thing. KSS is at. Oh, there it goes. Freaking garbage. A bench warrant. Yuck. Oh, broke 96 magically, huh? Okay. Think we got a video to watch today, don't we? Maybe not. Have we watched Tom Lee? I don't think we have. No, we haven't. We'll watch this one. On the compound. Hushed up drummer. Yeah, that one.
Coming up soon, comments from
It was good.
Feds
I wasn't
Barkin.
there for the Fed part. I was there for the alts part.
The more traditional
Salt.
crypto part of Jackson Hole.
The salt
of course.
thing,
Yeah. Oh, so they're doing Assault Jackson Hole now?
It was
That's
Salt,
smart.
Wyoming, yeah. It was Kraken and Skybridge, both sponsoring.
How was it?
It was good. They had a lot of policymakers there, and, so it was a good mix of, like, people building
Thought that was
things
gonna
and
break
then
16.
policymakers.
Very cool. I heard you on with the Bankless guys. It was good.
Yeah, I like those guys.
It was good. So
They're
you've
not
got-
as good as you guys,
Yeah.
of course.
So we'll talk about obviously BitMiner later, but
Mhm.
is it BitMine or BitMiner?
BitMine.
BitMine Immersion.
BitMine Immersion, yeah.
Where did that company come from? Did you start it or?
No, it was an existing Bitcoin mining company, but it was a very small company, and mining's not a great business, and so they were open to kind of rethinking of their strategy. So the company was open to kind of pivoting to one focused on Ethereum.
So they went from a miner to a treasury.
Yeah. So so they have this. Originally was their thing was immersion
does.
mining. So they have liquid cooled miners, but mining's a very competitive business because you don't necessarily win a block reward, and you have all this CapEx. Whereas now they're essentially their treasury strategy is holding Ethereum is really asset light for them, or CapEx light, right? There's almost no capital spending, so it's a good pivot for them.
I was saying this last week.
Mhm.
Tom, are you getting bored of the market? I feel like we just say the same shit every week. Like nothing's happening. It's all just like, is AI going to blow up or is it going to continue? Like,
I mean, I
I'm
think there's a
bored.
lot of clues coming that there's some really big things happening. Like I think one of the
Who's
most
coming for what?
I think that one of the most interesting things is that the US financial system is about to get really re-architected in a way that's like oil. Like imagine oil had also these EMPs and stuff. But the one difference is that the financial system
Another phantom
becomes, like,
fill
as big
over
as
a
the tech
breakout
sector
level.
in terms of market cap.
Really?
Like JP Morgan's PE could become a growth stock.
If what?
Well, if they become less reliant on two things. One is like the traditional financial architecture has a lot of friction, right? Because there's so many intermediaries in everything that's done, including like how JP Morgan.
But Tom, aren't they the friction?
yeah, why do they want to remove it? That's their rake.
Well, but if they could make more rake. So
Cool,
remember,
you're
there's like power
juicing.
laws. Like as soon as the banks get involved in an industry, they already have a large share. So they have the ability to do power law in anything they do. And so like if they decide to go into like re-architecting the bank, one of their biggest sort of saves or value capture is the staffing of the industry could drop a lot. JP Morgan has 200,000 people. They could make more money with 5,000. So I think that the financial industry could start to be trading like a tech sector multiple.
Oh, I like that.
That's a call.
Right, so that's very
As
exciting.
a long in JP Morgan, I'm
So
into it.
Goldman, like J. Morgan and Goldman and Morgan Stanley, they're going to be strong, whatever they do, because they have customer relationships that will follow them to whatever they do.
So the metric.
Hey, look at that, I was
change,
right.
That's like what they always say on
Just
TV.
wrong
That's
time.
not the metric anymore.
Correct. It might be, and even things like credit cost and net interest margin, it's going to change as a dynamic because like if JP Morgan gets big in stable coins, they might make more money from stable coins than deposits. Like they may
That's wild to think about.
be a very different company.
If it's not out of the question to see a re-rating like that because we're living through one in the utilities right now.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
it
so
happens.
so suddenly power's become a really important driver because of AI.
Yeah.
Well, AI is converging onto the
Oh,
blockchain
shit
integrated
balls!
crypto token economy. So the financial system is always the other side of that. Like so if there's a big AI story for tech, there's got to be a big crypto story for financials.
Yeah.
And that's why suddenly financials could become a huge percentage
STSS
of the
moving
S&P.
back towards the
I
high
like it.
again.
I
Sharps
like it.
Technology
We'll take it.
on that insider buying. Now it's
All right, we are
1760,
headphones on.
up 77%.
Dude, this thing moves 50 cents in a second. Can't even
usually
pay
It's
attention.
usually just me. All right.
Very confident in my assertion.
We love those claps.
The Compound and Friends. Episode 205.
CBRL, Cracker Barrel shares up about 9% now at the intraday high after the company reverts back to its original
Today's
logo.
show is brought to you by Newburger Berman.
That's Charlie Bravo
Hi,
Romeo
folks.
Lima.
Let's talk about options for your portfolio's next move. Ultra short funds made sense when rates were.
Shut up.
Oh, wow. Too awful. Can you imagine? We've done this 205 times, Tom. What do you think?
It's always
It's
seems very
impressive, right?
fresh.
Yeah.
It's super impressive.
Keep it
Oof.
fresh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the biggest and best investing podcast in the world. I'm your host, Downtown Josh Brown. My co-host is with me as always. Y'all say hello to Mr. Michael Batnick.
Hello.
A
Thank you.
little energy in here.
All right.
All right. We have a very special guest today, returning champion.
That only made me
fan
that
favorite,
much.
Literally
What?
the pinnacle of stock market analysis, macroeconomic foresight. Somebody who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Tom Lee is the CIO and portfolio manager at Fundstrat Capital and co-founder, head of research at Fundstrat.
Nuttiger IBM, India Bravo, Michael Nutta. Paradigm Press is out with a new long idea for IBM. It said Tech's new guard is making a comeback. Search IBM are seeing an increase of activity.
We'll see. Who put them on? I don't know.
A couple of weeks ago on Animal Spirits, Ben and I did a show, and we titled it "The Dumb Money," and it was talking about all of the money piling into
How to
the
get my
treasury,
commission
the
exchange
digital
for
asset
betting
treasury companies.
STSS.
And then I listened to you on Bankless, and it was a correction of the record. I know we're going to talk about Bitmine immersion technology later in the show, but I did say regarding you, I don't think, in fact, let me not caveat that, there hasn't been a single person who is commenting on the market over the last 10 years that's been more right than you.
I don't remember the
That's true.
AMD one.
Thanks.
I mean, do you think that there's anybody else?
No, I think Tom's the GOAT right now. I think it's
slugging percentage on base. I'm not a baseball guy, but all of those things. So
nobody would argue it. But what's more impressive than your record of the things you've said and what's happened afterward? What's more impressive is how much shit that you've had to put up with along the way. Because because I remember 2011 and 2012, Tom Lee, and you might have still been at JP Morgan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was.
And you were bullish, and at that time, everyone was like a little bit bullish. Not every, I shouldn't say that, but being like as bullish as you were in 2011 and 2012, it almost felt like you were a magnet for all of the anger and frustration that people had.
This thing is
like
wild,
but
dude.
You stuck your neck out there, and you obviously were proven right. I think we're, I don't know, 15 years of 12% average annual returns.
14.
Yeah, it's been extraordinary.
Nobody was saying that. Even the bulls were saying things about like the new
14%. It's phenomenal, huh? Hmm. Hmm. 14% is 6% more than just the average. Get on my level, Tom Lee. Get on my freaking level.
normal and like get used to 3 and 4% average annual returns going forward. And they had all these reasons why, valuations, Cape ratio. And you were one of the few people that was willing to be bullish
You
the
said
entire way.
all that.
No, you did. You did. You also, during crises, you would pop on CNBC or wherever you were, and you would say, "Yeah, no, this is volatile, but the volatility won't last, and we still think A, B, C, D." And then as those things would play out, you'd have to do it again because it'd be another crisis. But I do think that you are getting credit now. You're getting your due for having been the most right market commentator, consistently right. And how's it feel? How's it feel to be a gangster?
Thank you. I didn't realize I was a gangster. I should carry like a machine gun. Then. Yeah.
No, if you're like a markets gangster now.
Yeah.
I feel like you're the guy. What do you think?
Well, next time I come, I'll wear sunglasses.
All right, fair enough.
And grease back hair.
No, but truly, how do you feel in the position that you're in now? Do you worry at all? This has been an amazing run. It's got to stop at some point, or not the markets, but like just your career arc. How do you like? What is it like being Tom Lee right now?
I'd sell calls. No offense.
Michael,
Oh,
what
the
edge?
women
Michael,
that I
what
get
edge?
are
How do you
fantastic.
feel?
Well, we are constantly.
Why don't I trade
reminded
prop firms? Why
that
would I
we're
want
wrong
to trade
all
prop
the
firms
time
when I
with
can
our
trade my
clients.
own
It's
money?
I'm in a
Okay.
very strange business because like research, and we have two essentially really three cohorts, but really it's primarily institutional investors and then non-institutional, and we service them and we provide research, but they never really say you've done a great
Our
job
financial
Okay.
advisor.
because like their job is tough and they already have many people providing advice, and so like we're just one of the many views, and so we
Damn
never
right.
really
Damn
get
Oh,
right.
they'll
congratulated.
take the credit, and you're just an input.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's fine. That's
Yes.
the business you're in.
You're only as good as your last tip.
That's another thing, like because I was an equity analyst, like it's our next call that matters, not our previous set of calls.
Oh man, what a hamster
Shut
wheel
up,
that
Cheese.
is.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's fun and exciting because it keeps us grounded, and that's why I am so afraid to ever take a victory lap.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And the reality of this business is that you could have somebody in the markets for
VIX
a
is starting to rise a
400%
little
run in the
bit here.
S&P,
A little bit.
and then there's a 20% drawdown, and it's stupid Tom Lee,
Mhm.
bullish right at the top. It's like no, yes, at the top, but also for the 400%
Whoa.
preceding the top.
What just
Did
happened?
we all
Mhm.
forget,
Yeah,
but people do forget. They
We
don't
got a
care.
that
huge
Feb to
ass
April
wick
period
here.
happened this year. Like all of a sudden, people are
What was this? All commando members behind Nord Stream attack identified. Zeit says evidence points to possible state involvement pressuring German government. Is that why it dumped? We're talking about the Nord Stream pipeline? Oh, it's old? Okay. Is this a test, Cheese? Is this a wick test? We'll see.
yelling at us saying like, how did you let us sink ourselves and get caught in this tariff thing? And the Fed's not going to save us. And we kept saying it's waterfall declines are V-shaped, but no one could really believe it. But now
Yeah.
that we recovered, at least we're not getting yelled at.
Are you surprised at the speed with which the markets recovered? Even if you, so I know you remained bullish through that, and it was the right call. But are you even you surprised at how fast we recovered?
I mean, yes and no.
There are V's and there are V's.
Mhm.
That one looks like the pandemic.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, that was a complete drying up of buying power and then a complete loss of confidence from the CEO level to everybody in the world because no one had an answer. So you could see why you'd have this huge air pocket. But I do know two things that markets are symmetric. So the faster your decline, the faster the bounce. That's
Always.
yeah.
Chartkit has a great one on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So
Okay.
we showed that
What did you just
basically
say?
unless there's a huge air pocket. But I do know two things that markets are symmetric. So the faster your decline, the faster the bounce. That's
Always.
yeah.
Chartkit has a great one on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So
Okay.
we showed that basically unless there's a recession, it's always a symmetric bounce. It's the ratio is like 1.4 to 1.7. So if it took 8 weeks to lose 20, you'll recover it back in 1.4 times that length.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, it's always like there's
There's
a
symmetry.
ratio.
Why?
Yeah.
So why do so many people think
It's interesting.
V-shaped recoveries are anomalous when, based on what you're saying, they're actually the norm?
I think people don't study history. I think they study their own sensibilities. They're saying like, oh, well, if you lose confidence, it's going to take me this much longer to recover. That's why everyone says there's a K-shaped or square root.
You hear like U-shaped recovery a
Yeah.
lot too, right?
Correct. Like
Okay.
every letter but
Hmm.
V.
Yeah.
And
And it's
but
always a V.
it's always a V.
Tom, so you did the work. You've got 12 waterfall declines since 1929. Do you think that this is what we're going to see going forward?
Yes. Actually, maybe.
What's a
Structurally.
what's a waterfall decline? What's the definition of that?
Oh, well, it's a term we coined probably around the 2012 period, but it's when the market has a high velocity decline. So
Okay.
like if you say
So like a lightning fast sell-off.
yeah, so the fastest decline to 10% or the
Okay.
fastest down
All right.
20.
So rather than like dribbling lower, when it just like the bottom falls out.
Yeah, it's like you sprung a like the ship is just sank.
All right,
There's
so
no
here's
leak.
12 of these, and just for the listeners who aren't looking, we have dates in here like 82, 87, 2002, 2009, 2020, 2025 is now on the list officially.
Yeah.
That was a big one. That was 20%, and it was like overnight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And usually no retest, at least in modern history.
That's right. I mean, it will look like a retest, but no. Usually, that's another thing. People say there's always a retest. It might be true at the stock level because there's sellers that want to get out, but at the index level, it's actually rare.
Yeah, I actually would say post financial crisis, there are no retests.
Yeah.
Like that's it. If you don't nail that moment, it's okay. You could still buy later, but you're not getting two chances at
Yeah,
the
you're
bottom.
buying higher.
You're buying higher, and that might be okay for people.
I disagree.
all right, let's talk about the
I
result.
want to say that looking at them, there's not a retest of a specific level, but you will get a failed cuck. Let's look into it. I feel like I've looked at this before. 100% disagree. Yeah. I feel like you get a failed cuck. It might not retest that level, like the bottom to the penny or whatever, but I feel like every one of the bounce starting points has been with a failed cuck on the daily. Hey, look here. All right. For instance, right here. This is Liberation Day. Here's your bottom. Here's your failed cuck on the daily. Entry would have been right there, and that would have been the bottom. Let's look at one of the other big ones. Bottom, failed cuck, and that was it. Let's look at COVID. Bottom, failed cuck, and that was it. This is the China fears thing. Bottom, failed cuck, that was it. Those are all the big ones, I think. Let's go financial crisis. Bottom, this was failed cuck way up here. But that was it. Now the question is, you could have said that here and try to go long. I guess if you try to take it, you just put your stop loss at the, at that level again. I guess the tough thing is finding that bottom.
TRVI, Trevi Therapeutics.
You try it every
the
single
September
time.
7
I don't know.
calls trading, Tango Romeo Victor, India.
Yeah, none of them are a true retest of a level. There's no like bottoming out, right? No elongated bottoming out process. But these are all, the specific events he's talking about where this, I wonder how long it took to get back up to those highs.
I know ticker NVDA, Michael Delta Golf Lima.
Shares of Trevi
The
Therapeutics.
FDA has accepted proposal for reasonably
hitting a
likely
high
surrogate
of,
endpoint for MASH, all-cause
$8.60
mortality, or
in heavy coal
liver-related
activity
events that
in
come from the
TRVI.
FDA.
MDG, I said. So he's right on there's no like retest at the bottom, but you do get an opportunity set up. Phosphates inclusion in critical minerals. What senator's pushing that and what company? ES test. Oh, look at that. Jeez. That is disgusting. Flush them out and go. The squeeze is on, boys. That's freaking filthy.
Resilience of the current stock market. Would love to just get your like 30,000 foot view of where we are. So the S&P is working on a 10% gain for the year, give or take. NASDAQ slightly better, right?
Yeah.
Leadership coming from utilities, industrials, financials, communication services.
Yeah.
So exactly what you'd expect. Huge semiconductor rally this year. And then what's not working? Energy materials.
Healthcare.
And healthcare. Yeah.
And healthcare. Okay. What do you make of the resilience of the market? Look at how much shit we've put up with already. Look at how many like big, bad, scary things we've been through. And we're still in a double-digit gain for the year.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Well, I'd say number one, just for people to place themselves like in history. So if you had a fact pattern of 20% gains, and then the third year's up 10 already, and maybe we'll be up 15 or 20 this year,
Damn.
then we're in a bull market. Like, so whatever.
What do you mean? Then you have confirmation that it's a bull market?
Yeah, because this never happens in a bear market.
INHD breaking
you can't
out.
have like a dead cat bounce that lasts 36
You
months.
can't have bull markets and bear markets.
Yeah. But then they should then place themselves in history. This is probably more of an early start of a bull market rather than late.
It's
start.
amazing because there's nobody that you would talk to who would say we're early.
But the pushback is, and there's lots of pushback. You have people saying that this feels like 2021 all over again. The SPAC boom, the new issues, NVIDIA and Microsoft. We're talking to Todd's crypto, talking to Todd's on last week. NVIDIA and Microsoft are almost bigger than energy, healthcare, staples, utilities. It feels like it doesn't make sense. But
I'm
you're saying
watching
it
now
does make
phosphate
sense.
stocks, ticker MOS, ticker NTR. GOP senators are seeking to include phosphate as a critical mineral. Phosphate stocks seeing a spike in activity.
Just starting to pop on that.
On SLNO, Solino, coming from Scorpion Capital, says management stock sales exhibit serious red flags.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of those comparisons, then they don't realize, well, what's NVIDIA's rank as net income contributor. I mean, they're almost the biggest, if not.
They don't understand the granny shot.
Yes, that's right.
Put this chart up. The third time we have had a most hated rally since 2020. This is a term that needs to be retired, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
The most hated rally, because it's always the most hated rally. People just hate rallies. That's it. Not everyone. Most people like it. The most vocal people just despise.
Well, people that sell definitely hate it.
This one is. This one.
Remember,
is
watching that Mosaic
like,
MOS, following those headlines earlier in the news desk.
speed of the
GOP
recovery is
senator
so
said to
fast.
seek phosphates inclusion as a critical mineral.
As you know, many people rage sold in April because they're like, look, the economist told me 60% chance of recession. That's the same as a sell rating on the stock market. And they went to cash. They couldn't redeploy it because there was no pullback.
It was too fast.
Too fast.
Is that what creates a hated rally?
Yeah.
That phenomenon, like people don't get back in fast enough?
Yeah, and I think it just shows you that people don't operate with independence. They operate with a bias. They think when something bounces,
That's a continued activity, new highs for the Mosaic
and that
Company.
prevents them
Michael,
from
Oscar,
jumping
Sandy
with
on
the
that
buy.
headline.
And you think about Palantir and Tesla, Netflix, they were all like retail stocks. Like someone was telling me the first time that they tried to buy Tesla institutionally, they had to bring in this like research firm from Oregon that wrote a report on Tesla. Okay. This is Jennison.
Yeah.
And like that was the first time that research firm ever got called to go to New York to actually meet a hedge fund.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So like, you know, all these
I miss when he said
Tesla, Netflix, they were all like, there was no pullback.
It was too fast.
Too fast.
Is that what creates a hated rally?
Yeah.
That phenomenon, like people don't get back in fast enough?
Yeah. And I think it just shows you that people don't operate with independence. They operate with a bias. They think when something bounces, it's just dumb people buying, and that prevents them from jumping on with the buy.
So
I mean, think
true.
about Palantir and Tesla, Netflix, they were all like retail stocks. Like someone was telling me the first time that they tried to buy Tesla institutionally, they had to bring in this like research firm from Oregon that wrote a report on Tesla. Okay. This is Jennison.
Yeah.
And like that was the first time that research firm ever got called to go to New York to actually meet a hedge fund.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So like, you know, all the really big churns come because someone recognizes it, and it's not often like the crowd that recognizes it.
Okay. So the hated component of this, the hatred comes from a lot of people miss out. A lot of people can't bring themselves to buy something that's already recovered because they think they missed it. And then you have people that missed all three. Like
Yeah.
they never bought because they've been waiting since 2020 for,
Yeah.
you know, a return to the lows.
Yeah.
And they don't get it, and then they don't get it again, and then they don't get it again. At that point, it's just like maybe stocks aren't for you.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be snarky, but a lot of the people say, "Well, American exceptionalism's over. That's why I'm buying Germany."
MOS
Are
still
the
moving.
people that hated every rally here, and so they're trying to now create an opportunity somewhere else.
Let me ask you this. So you have some charts showing the equal weight PE for the S&P 500,
Mm-hmm.
and it's been in a range over the past 6 years. It's averaged 16.3, and right now it's 16.9. On the next chart, you've got all these different things that we've experienced and that we've brushed aside. The resiliency of the stock market.
I like that you
From
used eggs for the inflation cycle.
The inflation to the fastest Fed hikes to the tariffs and everything in between, supply chain issues. Do you think that this is, and I'm sure it's both, more of a fundamental tailwind from the AI story and or a combination of between inflation and the length of the bull market?
An
and the
SEGG
psychology of the market?
announces a
There's so much
strategic
money
1-for-10 reverse stock
willing,
split to
waiting
accelerate
to
company
be
growth.
deployed on every single
That's on
bit. Is that-
SEGG.
Which do you think is more responsible, or is it both?
Well, maybe I'll answer it by saying I've
Shut up,
started
Boots.
off my career as a stock analyst. Okay, so imagine we have a stock. Okay, let's call it, XYZ, and we shot it full of holes. Like they should have been kill shots 6 times, right? Because
All right.
every one of those was a kill shot for this bull market, and yet this thing.
What are the things? The inflation cycle.
Well, for COVID,
SEGG,
number
Seg
one.
Media
Fastest Fed
announcing
hikes
a
in
1 for
history.
10
Yeah, and then
reverse
the
stock split. San Diego Golf.
Whip chain effect was number 2. The fastest Fed hikes, the fastest inflation cycle in history, the fastest Fed hikes in history, the Trump tariff shock, and then U.S. bombing Iran's nuclear
Each
facility.
of those should have produced a bear market.
Yeah, should have killed the bull market or
Right.
even killed the economy.
So what does that tell you?
Just like you don't even have to know market history. Just common sense. The United States is bombing an Iranian nuclear
Yeah.
facility. Therefore, buy the spoos.
Yeah, you never
That
would have
morning, nobody would do
If
it.
you asked me in January, I'd say, okay, we got.
Nah, that's incorrect, Josh Brown. Listen, when we got the murmurs from Russia and China that they said we need a diplomatic solution to the issue, that was them saying, we're hands off. We're not responding. That was it. That was your buy sign.
Risk of a bear market.
Right.
Yeah.
And none of these things has produced a sustainable.
That's right.
We've had like bear markets, but not a secular bear market.
Yeah. So let's say that this stock was 16 times and we shot it 6 times over 5 years, like just kill shots.
Yeah.
And it grew earnings every year.
Yeah.
We would say the PE has to go up a lot.
And it hasn't.
It's actually lower. It's a cheaper market
It's
today.
incredible.
Yeah.
No, so I don't
Cheaper,
think
huh?
most people are looking at an equal weight market.
Yeah.
So that's number one. And if they are, they're not looking at the valuation.
No, they're
of
looking
the
at
equal weight
Palantir.
market.
Yeah, they're looking. When people say there's only 7 stocks going up, I think it's a false portrayal of the stock market.
There are 7 very large stocks
Correct, but with the big earnings.
with big earnings.
Yeah.
Justifiably large.
Yeah, and I'd say the reason it's not just 7 because our granny shots doesn't is
See,
only equal
cheese.
weighted, and it's
Could
beating.
make
the
it
market
sloppy
this
for me,
year,
too.
Right.
and it only buys quality growth.
I like the
So
slop.
that ETF, that strategy is not reliant on having a 10% slug of the biggest stock in the
And
world.
yeah, it would hurt an ETF because granny is an equal weight by nature.
So I agree with you. I don't buy into the 7 stock paradigm, but the thing that I probably believe
Is his
you would disagree
ETF
with,
up
I
14%
think the entire
year over
stock
year?
market return this year boils down to AI capex. We're talking about utilities. Why did utilities get re-rated? AI. Why are financials ripping? Because of all the activity on Wall Street related to
that out.
capex and AI stuff, M&A, IPOs. It's
Yeah.
all one. Industrials. Well, what the hell are they doing? They're building data centers. They're building gas transmission to power the data centers. The whole thing is AI.
Correct.
There's not a second thing happening. The GLP-1 bull market's dead. I don't know of another. Even like the quote unquote the strong consumer.
ETF me in the ass.
Consumer
All right.
stocks looks like shit right now. Nike, Chipotle.
We're down
Starbucks
slightly
isn't doing
on
much. So like if there's one game in town,
Rivian
it's affecting
hanging in
4 of
there.
the biggest sectors of the market. It's a fairly
GameStop down
fragile- or maybe I'm
13%.
wrong. It's a fairly fragile thing to rest on. Like, oh my god, I hope this AI capex story holds up. 'Cause if it doesn't, it's taking down everything with it.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with that, or you're on the same page with me?
Okay, so I'm gonna 100% agree
All right.
that
We
AI
can close out. Let's do
INHD.
favorites.
Whoa.
All right, go ahead.
that AI is the most important driver of the global economy. Okay,
I agree.
but where I think people make an inference mistake, okay, is that
Best bet
thematic-
daily.
a theme driving the global economy has been systematic to the global economy since capitalism.
It's
was
always
started.
this way.
Yeah, there's always been an industrial revolution.
Okay, fair.
And even in the 80s, the retail sector was the best group for 20 years because boomers were entering the women were entering the workforce, and there was a baby boomer thing on retail stock. So that was a single theme of demographics.
Check
and
a
like
theory
the
and make
internet
sure this is
boom
a decent
was
idea.
a singular thing of actually
Oh, yeah.
creating digital infrastructure. So like it's always been a story of the stock market.
So the fact that the entirety of the market's gain this year is being fueled by earnings coming from this one theme actually does not fly in the face of financial history. It happens all the time.
Yeah, so it's only a bubble if spending is not driving income growth.
MDBH.
So margins should be shrinking, or debt should be rising faster than
Strategic partner
revenue.
with MDB.
And we don't have a leverage cycle yet.
Capital,
and we have
where you find
margins
early
expanding.
stage
So
investing.
it's not even late cycle for
Huh?
AI.
It's
Okay.
all AI. Dean Christians at Sentiment Trader had a great tweet this morning. He said the internal conflict within the technology sector is remarkable, with a significant number of stocks making new highs while others are making new lows, as captured by what's called the high-low logic index. He said last week it surged to its second highest reading ever, underscoring how AI is creating winners and losers within the sector. So in other words, in plain English, there are more all-time highs or 52-week highs and 52-week lows simultaneously than there have been over the last
So the index
60 years.
rises
That's
on
wild.
increasing dispersion between new highs and new lows.
So the index
Yeah.
is being driven by the larger stocks. There's stocks that are obviously winning, we know, but there's stocks that are getting destroyed.
This is semiconductors versus software to
Yep.
me. That's
Yeah.
what I see.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because when you're in a big cycle like this, the winners are easy to identify because they have visibility. But it doesn't mean the losers are dead mad. But for now, they're kind of untouchable. This should be a good stock picking environment.
A lot of
Or
people are
which
saying the
robotics
weakness in the
traders
software
circulating
sector
a
can be
downgrade
attributed to
on RR from Freedom Broker.
the employment picture and
That's Romeo.
just less
Romeo.
hiring, weaker hiring, which makes sense. Businesses spend more on software when they have a higher head count, right? You need less seats or more seats from an
Yeah.
enterprise. So that's one part of it. And the second part of it is disruption. What software is being disrupted right before our eyes by AI?
Yeah.
And one of the poster children people cite is the chart of Salesforce.com, CRM. Salesforce would say, no, you don't understand. We're going to invent agentic AI. The market doesn't think so. The market thinks that AI is going to be able to do a lot of things that people's employees can do, which means less demand for enterprise sales at Salesforce. Where do you fall in that debate?
I think it's more the latter is driving because we know creator, the value that you pay for a creator now has dropped a lot because of AI, whether it's content creator or software
Developer.
Yeah, people are writing their own apps internally now.
Yeah.
With ChatGPT fixing the code. So on the margin, if let's say it's only a 1% change in the demand of something that can cause 20% change in the price of something, we know it's been chipped away.
Okay. So you think the weakness in the enterprise software space is somewhat warranted?
Yeah, and you can probably see it in Silicon Valley, right? They're not funding SaaS companies anymore. They're funding AI startups.
They're funding tanks and drones, but that's a whole other conversation.
Do you think the next leg of the bull market comes from a broadening out? We saw something interesting yesterday. Duality Research posted a chart showing that there has only been 2 days with better breadth and a bigger loss since 1996. So this was on Tuesday. The SP was down 40 basis points. I think the equate was up 40 basis points, something like that. Do you think that that's what is going to drive the next leg higher, is an expanding market?
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's many reasons to argue market will expand because the Fed has been on hold all year. So they're neither dovish or hawkish. But if they resume cutting, it's a dovish cycle resuming. That's broadening. The ISM's been below 50 for 30 months now.
Why does that matter?
Well, it's a sign of business confidence. Like the CEOs of these companies, because now I'm chairman of a company, like there's no internal economist. You get your economic view from the Fed and from like Wall Street, right? And so if the economists are cautious, like companies are cautious. That's why the ISM's been suppressed. But that means you're not funding capex beyond demand. So expansionary spending hasn't taken place. That's a broadening. And then the third, of course, is that AI, agentic AI, we're kind of moving into the phase where we're seeing useful applications. That means companies are using AI to actually grow their business. That should be broadening opportunities, not just the.
Where are they using agentic AI? Is that chatbots at like an e-commerce site where they're handling customer complaints via an agentic AI, like an agent versus a human agent? Is that what we're talking about?
I mean, I'd say even at Fundstrat, like we're finding a lot of ways now to use AI within the company to make it to run better. Whether it's identifying the source of like why people are having issues or what they don't understand about what we're saying, or how to actually sort of clip things that we're saying to emphasize more information, or even understanding like the source of inbound traffic, like the inquiry. So it's this is the maybe even in the last couple months where I
KLRS,
said,
Clarius
wow, we're really
Therapeutics, getting a
benefiting from
pop
it.
here
Now
on
that would stop
very
you
light
from
volume,
hiring a person
up
to
about
manually do
15%.
those
Kilo
things.
Lima Romeo Sandy,
Yeah,
KLRS.
I can share a story of a company, but I can't tell you the industry it's in because they asked me not to say. But they're a really big company.
Adult entertainment industry.
That took a Redwire RDW Romeo
they're
Delta
really
Whiskey.
big in the-
That's
in the use of
Redwire notes
supply
at blog
chain.
post.
And they
Redwire
said
autonomous drone was
that
showcased
they were like
with various
they
branches
kept-
of the
they
U.S.
have a
military.
commodity that
Ticker
they gotta hedge, and
RDW
they
is
kept
seeing a
losing
bump in
money on their
activity.
hedging. And then they were
BMR
losing money on
Beamer
the supply chain
Imaging
because like they have to buy this
shares
commodity and they have to package it and
getting a
sell it.
pop on
Then they
their
brought in Palantir.
video
And then
compression
they,
for
like,
autonomous
just fed
vehicles,
every
up
one
to
of their
50%
invoices and all
improved
the
video
truck
compression.
times and literally every trade they
Working
did
with
for hedging.
NVDA, that's
And then it just spit out this like
Bravo
series of
Micro Romeo up
recommendations.
13% now.
Now
off the
they're
highs.
making money. Their hedging of their commodity is a huge profit maker, and their operating margins have vastly. And then they said they have no idea what Palantir did. It's like magic.
Yeah. So
And it was like just it wasn't like a bunch of consultants coming. It was like literally they just fed this into like.
Can I ask you about Palantir? So I listened to their conference call for the first time. I'm like ridiculously late to the Palantir story. I sort of understood that it was a government contractor primarily that was now going to go into commercial and talk to corporations about how they can take their magic and apply it to every industry. And I love the story. The stock is $400 billion market cap. They're predicting $4 billion in revenue for this year. So it's like everybody gets it. I don't know how much opportunity there is in the stock right now. But it was remarkable, the stats that they put up on this call about adoption of people hiring Palantir. Like,
yeah,
I think they added like 1,000 corporate customers in a quarter or something crazy like that. Is that the kind of company that you think transforms American business to the point where you get that re-rating in small caps?
Yeah.
And finally you get valuation expansion in
Yeah.
mid caps because Palantir or somebody like them comes in and completely transforms the company, and Wall Street then gets shocked on the next quarterly earnings report.
Yeah, 100.
Okay.
I did speak to Palantir because I saw them at an event, and this is what. So even like our company, which is only 33 employees, but we of course have big asset management and we have tens of thousands of clients. But I was like, could you guys just drop it in and like make us better? They're like, just let us do it. And
can you do it for free?
yeah. But here's the thing, my business partner at Mosaics says that, he has this term called grifting. Palantir eliminates grifting in your business model.
Okay, say more.
What they mean is like they'll find where someone is taking money from you that you don't need in your operations, or there's too many people in this movement of something. And you
On
don't-
RR,
maybe internally you don't.
talk of
Grifting is
a
harsh.
downgrade
Well,
to
I
a
know, but it's
sell
just
Efficiency maybe would be a polite
at a boutique
way.
firm. That's on
Yes.
RR.
But that's
Rich
like
Tech
a millennial
Robotics.
term, like because
Yeah.
I'm not a millennial, but you know what I mean. Like they're finding how to get you from your revenue to your net income, or even more revenue without.
They're the new efficiency expert.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a better marketing. They're actually just saying this is how you should replumb your business.
So we have all of these
Jeez.
magical companies that keep popping up out of nowhere, that are getting huge and pushing the valuation of the index to new highs. And this is a tired case that the bears have been making for 15 years. Maybe eventually it'll prove out to be true. But when you see something like this, the EV to EBITDA of the S&P 500, or whatever metric you choose, in this case, that's what Gainify is using, at an all-time high, why doesn't this scare you? What are the bears misunderstanding?
I think if we started at point A, which is 2016, okay, and every company was unchanged and their business strategy was exactly the same, and they didn't have to do anything and face any stress in that 9 years, then I would be shorting that chart. But look at what happened to all these companies. They had to deal with the 6 kill shots. We have, like as you said, AI revolution, which is really an American story and maybe part China, but nowhere else. So why shouldn't more value be coming into American businesses? So you know what I mean? Like,
So you're saying we're paying up for companies, but shouldn't we? Haven't all of these companies gotten so much more impressive in the way that they handle? Like, we don't even have recessions anymore.
Yeah, and look at 2Q earnings that just passed 12% earnings growth. Like, if someone said by the end of this,
why wouldn't you pay up for companies that are this good at finding new ways to pull the profit?
Yeah,
lever?
and they're growing faster now, 10 years in. I might say that's a good horse. You know.
Well, Tom, one of like the central precepts of the macro, like the macro commentator, is that ultimately profit margins A are always too high and B are on the verge of mean reverting.
Yeah.
And then they never do.
Yeah.
Which means companies of 2025 are better than companies of 2015 and way better than companies of 1985.
Who would dispute that?
Yeah. See, so
the profit margin mean reversion people dispute that every day when they wake up.
Yeah, mean reversion is too commonly used a word. Like, it's proper in the fixed income world, but in the equity world, there's no such thing as mean reversion. There's winners and losers, right? And remember, in the S&P, like those companies in 2016, out of the 500 in 10 years ago, I bet you 20% are gone. So
that's the other thing. It's new. It's newer, younger, better, faster, stronger companies.
Correct.
Right. It's not the same. We're not tracking the same 500 companies over 10 years.
Yeah, if this was the Wilshire 5000, I bet you
Barron's on report Wednesday pre-market report that German banks were blocking payments due to a technical issue. PayPal is out with a statement said there were temporary service interruptions over the weekend. This issue has now been resolved. That's being reported from Barron's now.
Okay. All right. So we have a collection of 500 companies that doesn't necessarily match the ones that we were looking at 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a strong argument. Do we want to do this one?
All right, let's move on to the economy. So, Tom, you mentioned earlier that the ISM
UK's
the ISM manufacturing has been below 50 for 20 months.
to treat postnatal
do you care about this?
in adults.
Yeah, why is this bullish?
Well, because remember, this is actually one where there's no one making up the answers. Like, this is a survey that's sent, and people respond if things are better, worse, or the same. So it doesn't have any political bias. It doesn't have any
But the answers are biased, no? Like
the people giving
CMMB, Oppenheimer increasing their price target from $10 to $25.
So, but if they're answering it in a negative sense, that means that
Michael
they're
Bravo,
cautious. So you can take their answer at face value. Yeah,
that's what you don't want this to be like a heavily
shares
bullish.
popping on that news.
Correct. You never had a cycle peak when you've had ISM below. By the way, this is the longest stretch since 1950. When you have this pervasive,
with that chat room circulation attempts on ticker CMMB, Charlie Michael Bravo, and unconfirmed no
they turn
circulating.
bullish and they start spending money. You actually were talking to the bankless guys about this, and this is an important point. Like, everybody's bullish. No, they're not.
Shares of Chemomab now at $3.62.
On CMMB, talking about the price target raise over at Oppenheimer. That's on CMMB being circulated.
What they hate the most is inflation. That would be my guess.
And tariffs now.
Well, that's like they hate tariffs because of inflation.
Yeah.
I think they hate inflation more than anything. So I think that's why you get 4 straight years of below 50 ISM prints.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you remember when you are this far forlorn and dejected, and then you flip positive.
On CRE, seeing a little volume in the name, seeing an SC13D filed. That's on CRE.
I mean, if you look at the history, once it breaks above 50, it's multiple years. This could be a record stretch above 50.
This is bizarre. Talk through the chart that we're looking at. Like this most recent episode of the ISM below 50 and the stock market just relentlessly grinding is not typical.
Yeah, I would say like maybe the people answering these surveys are just not terribly important to the economy anymore in the way that they once were.
ISM is still more correlated with S&P earnings than the services
Okay.
index because
So-
we're more of a manufacturing.
Who are the people commenting for this survey?
So it's members of the Institute of Supply Management. So it's basically the
It's
survey.
like factory foreman, like
But it also could be the Intel, NVDA purchasing manager. Although
right.
they get one vote, right? They get one survey.
okay, so tech is in here.
Everything's in there.
Okay, so you're saying that this is like a coiled spring.
Yeah.
Okay, but what makes this flip positive? Because we're not gonna get 2% inflation unless something's really going wrong. So what do these people need to flip positive?
I think we need policy stability, which could come next year, like from the White House. I mean,
Oh, this White House is known for stability. Okay, I'm with you on that. What else?
okay, or it doesn't get more unstable.
Okay.
You get a Fed that's dovish,
Okay,
which is cutting.
you're probably gonna get that, if not now, but at a minimum by May.
Yeah. But then you need this third thing to happen. You need the excess spread on interest products to fall. Like today, if you're borrowing for a mortgage, it's normally only been at 160 basis points above the 10-year, or like 1.6%. So the 10 years at 4.2. The 30-year mortgage should be 5.8.
But it's not.
But it's like 7.
It's watching
So there's
drone
excess
stocks
spread on mortgages.
on the Department of
But as soon
Defense
as
out with a
those other
press
two things
release.
happen, I bet you
Watching
that
ticker
spread
RCAT,
drops.
What
Tucker
is the source of that spread being
UMAC.
so high?
Army is
It's
producing
actually
second
hard to
tranche of
explain.
short-range
Someone
reconnaissance
says
drones that a
it's
press
either
release from the DoD.
banks worried about prepayment velocity, so because they're going to charge, so they charge an excess spread, or it's uncertainty about the value of the collateral. Like, can home prices drop so you have to charge a high rate because they're only putting 20% down?
Wait, the spread is high because they know that if and when rates drop, people are just going to prepay.
Yeah,
the
so
shit
you're losing
out
money. Yeah, you're losing money.
or refinance.
Yeah, so the velocity hurts you.
Right. The
Yeah.
lenders don't want 10% of their customers saying, "Here's all the money I'm refinancing lower."
Yeah, so
That's
they'll
not
make money.
great.
They want to make money on
Wow,
the,
UAVS
on the
went
current
down.
income.
Okay.
And then third is, of course, like the mortgage market doesn't have as much hedging and there's a QT, and so like it's harder to get spreads moved out. But for whatever reason, it's unusually wide. It's like 50 or 60-year wides.
Okay. So should that fall, which it sounds like you think would coincide with Fed funds rates coming down, that is what's the meaning of that? Like, what's the effect of
Yeah,
that?
I think the simple
That's
way
my
to think of it is
fact.
like, I don't know. Let's say there's 20 trillion of mortgage debt out there, and like half is
Demon are
above
taking a
that
shit
rate.
here, boys.
That's
Like a
10
big shit.
trillion times 1.6 percentage points. Like that's money in people's pockets. Plus, how many more people are going to get mortgages now that it's 5%?
I actually think the Fed has not kept rates this high for this long in a really long time. And once they appreciably fall, I don't care how bad the economy is, I actually think you could see the biggest mortgage refinance boom we've ever seen, like outside of the pandemic.
Yeah. So think about how much money that drives housing recovery and liquidity and people starting to
Yeah.
upgrade their homes. Remember, like Home Depot said, the upgrade projects keep getting pushed out.
Yeah. That's what they're being pushed out for.
Yeah.
All right. Do you think
I
that's the
agree.
next bull market is housing? I don't want to say recovery because prices are okay. A housing activity recovery.
Yeah, it's like a rethinking of shelter because people will want to own housing, but they're too expensive. Like maybe there'll be new kinds of smaller homes being built or demand for modular, but people will borrow money to get a home.
Okay. All right. I like that idea.
Tom, are you worried about the labor market at all?
Yeah. I mean, because we know we're not tracking it correctly anymore because ADP probably tracks it correctly, but they don't seasonally adjust correctly. And then we know the BLS numbers are different. But overall, I think the labor market is softer. I also think there's a lot less hoarding. That's why there's no pricing power anymore, right?
Article out by
Companies holding
Electric
onto
says
employees, now
Tesla
they're just-
self-driving is still not working in Vegas's single-lane tunnels, but Elon says 50% of U.S. this year. This is coming from Electric.
Go.
Okay. I want to ask you about the phenomenon that's been chronicled this year at the New York Times and other places about the difficulty of recent college graduates to get a job relative to history. just anecdotally, you probably I know you've got a college age daughter.
Soul's
So
going.
why? Just anecdotally,
Crow
you're
just
probably
did a nice
hearing
30-minute
tons
cock.
of parents like, I don't understand why my kid can't get a job. Like, why is it so
XRP.
hard right now? The economy seems to be good. The stock market's booming. I'm hearing
Soul
this
doing.
all
Soul
over the
looks really
place.
good. Yeah.
Talking about business school kids that should be hired.
208.
A, are you seeing that anecdotally? And B, what do you make of that data? Is it something that could get worse? Is it a blip? Like, what do you think's happening?
I think it is a big problem. I mean, I think it's observable. It's like too many things that could explain it. Because one, the
AI.
AI
Right.
means there's a huge mismatch because most people aren't equipped to do the jobs that are going to be in the future available for AI. Second, I think there was this oversampling of and people
So all the
pursuing
coins
like
are
liberal
priced in right
arts,
now.
degrees expecting a job. I mean,
What
liberal
coins are you
arts
talking about?
education's good, but we probably we have now a huge shortage in trade workers, like massive shortage. Like it's to such a degree that AI robots are doing jobs that normally were trade jobs because there's a shortage.
Yeah.
So it's really complicated. But I guess I advise my kids, because I have 3 kids, like age 20 all the way to 28, that there's no linear careers anymore, right? It's a very different future, because AI.
Meaning you might do one thing for 8 years, take a break, and then do something totally new that we can't even conceive of yet.
Yeah, and
Or
or you might be
KLB.
paid for something that you didn't go to college for. Like you may just
dang.
be super creative, and that's your most virtuous skill, but that wasn't what you went to college for.
What do you say to friends of yours who have kids in this position? Because I'm sure they're all asking you for jobs. Like, what do you tell other parents who have kids that are like, I don't understand, this kid just graduated UPenn. Why is this employer that he's talking to making him go on a 5th interview and dragging this out for 6 months? Because I'm hearing stories like that everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people who work in the financial services industry are actually have personal experience of what is happening to the rest of the country, which is Wall Street got disrupted by AI a long time ago. Like that's why trading went electronic.
It's all
That's
computers.
yeah. And research shrank what you need because you can just use. So everybody who's worked on Wall Street in the last 20 years has already seen their lives disrupted. And plenty of people survive, but you had to have been adapting to it.
Okay. So more adaptable kids?
Yes.
You might go to school for one thing, but you might have to pivot and take an opportunity somewhere else.
That's right. And then some people will make money passively.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like some people may make money because they bought stocks. I mean, maybe people should just buy stocks early but in 20 years.
You have to buy a lot of stocks to make money passively from them. The average dividend yield in the S&P is 1.6%.
Yeah, but as you know, like when you look at people who bought basketball teams and like the compounded return, you actually did better just if they had put the same amount of money in the S&P. I mean, they didn't get to go to like get courtside
Less
seats.
fun, better return. Okay. Are we going to build a nation of? Are we going to build a nation of people who start investing earlier because it kind of like everyone becomes aware of this idea? Like you have to own the capital.
Yeah, it's like, remember people used to say like, oh, buy a house when you're 20. Now maybe we should just say buy the stock market because now you're long the AI disruption through equities.
Invest in your own disruption.
Live on CNBC, Kevin Simpson announces he has bought Unity Software. That is
you one of these people that was up in arms
for Uniform. Unity Software shares down 1.52% on the session.
The head of the BLS
$39.46 a share. Once again, that's Uniform.
One of the people that was like,
Unity
the data
Software
sucks anyway, and we probably need a brand new way to collect it.
Members, more comments coming from yesterday on this Meta from Business Insider.
I like the BLS, and it's like
Meta says
all the time.
Meta Superintelligence Labs is already losing key talent 2 months after launch.
I get blamed for it.
Business Insider found 8 researchers, engineers, and others leaving MSL. Most are veterans who helped build Meta's AI infrastructure. This is more commentary out by Business Insider on Meta.
With the BLS, I think that they're probably really well-meaning people want to get the right number, but they have incomplete information. But perhaps they should be making
Corey
very clear
looking
the
for a crack
standard
of
error.
95.
Known standard error is like hundreds of thousands, and they never post it. But it's a known
because
standard.
if they were to post it, it would render the information worthless. You're telling me we added 70,000 jobs last month, but the margin of error is 200,000
Correct.
jobs. Then what did you say?
Yeah, so I think they should have in every chart like those little circles on the line, so you know what the high low of a one
Okay.
sigma error is.
The data quality has been declining for 20 years. The lack of response to their surveys.
Watching Meta
maybe we
META
can
trading
the
at
whole thing.
lows of the
Yeah, and
day.
there's probably better ways to track.
Trying
Also,
to beat
members
the
watching
market.
Tesla following
I
those
agree.
that headline as well by Electric,
Why?
getting a little
You could see
weakness
who's
on the
going to
name
office,
Tesla,
or you could see how
TSLA.
many people are at Starbucks when they should be at the office. I mean, you know what I mean? Like
I mean, I feel like payrolls, like ADP, does a good enough job.
ADP's really accurate.
Tesla going
It's
for that 350
it's
break.
not 100% of the population, but yeah, it's very accurate.
Tom, we've got Powell tomorrow
Wow.
at Jackson Hole.
First
What
attempt.
is the market pricing in terms of number of cuts, and how do you feel about what the market is pricing in? Are they right? And what do you think Powell's going to say?
Let's throw his chart up while he tells us.
Yeah, I mean the market's pricing in 2 cuts between now and year end. I would say to me 2 cuts make sense if the Fed realizes real interest rates are too high because tariff inflation is transitory, and so they should look at the break evens and realize 4.5% Fed funds versus 2.5 is 200 basis points extremely tight. If you don't even think you're going to hurt the job market, it's clearly hurting the job market.
Do you think more rate cuts all of a sudden rejuvenates the job market, or not necessarily?
I think that a dovish cycle is going to get the ISM back.
RAY,
up. So I
that's
think it
Ray
actually
holding
is
limited.
Oh my
expansion.
gosh,
Seeing a
shut
big
up.
drop.
And of course,
down
on the housing, it's very expensive.
Do you
36.27.
have expectations for the speech itself? And understand, by the time people are listening to this, it'll be Friday morning.
Yeah.
I don't know what time Jay Powell's speaking. Do you
It's
know?
the afternoon.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
Okay. So make a prediction that could be instantly rendered
Oh, I wonder what he says.
incorrect. I'll make one too, but I want to hear yours.
Well, last year the S&P was up 2% after his speech.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna rally tomorrow.
Okay.
Even if he's
He was correct.
hawkish and exerts his independence.
Why? Just
Really?
because it'll be over
Hmm.
and people are waiting for it to be over?
Yeah, because we would expect him to exert his independence, but it doesn't have negative implications because he's already on hold.
I don't think he's going to do like a highly politically charged thing.
Nah.
Wow. See, then the market's going to go up even more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
So the way that this was phrased, the way that this is being looked at is like it's Powell's last stand. That's how Barron's phrased it. Like ostensibly
It's
this
a
is
back-
his last chance to give a Jackson Hole address as the Fed chair. And he's being called a moron publicly. Like he's being
Market's
shit on.
Pooping right
And
now.
people are like, he's going to strike back. He's going to do this like fiery speech about the independence of the Fed and why that's so important for America. I don't think he's going to do any of that. I think he's going to acknowledge the fact that the labor market is softening. I think he's going to signal that there's a rate cut coming in September.
Damn,
And then he's
Josh, you
gonna do a rate
nailed
cut.
it.
I just don't think that he wants
yeah.
more smoke. I don't know. I could be dead wrong, but we're all going to find out together.
Yeah. And he's from what I've heard, because I don't know him personally, high integrity person.
Yeah.
A really class act. So
Getting
you're
a
right. it's more
nasty pullback
consistent
in the market
with
right
what
now.
you're saying.
If he cares about the independence of the Fed, then ratcheting the temperature up is not going to help him.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of the irony that the jobless claims, the NFP numbers were actually trending in the right direction for a rate cut, and then Trump gets mad that they're not showing enough jobs?
Yeah.
But wait a minute, I thought you want a rate cut. Let me get this straight. You want a rate cut and you want an explosively higher hiring number? How do those two things work together? I don't really get it.
That's right. And also knowing in September, there's a big revision the annual revision, which is probably going to make all those previous job reports look even worse.
Right. But that's good if
Yeah,
you want a rate cut.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe they don't really care what they want. They just want the attention.
Yeah. And maybe, I mean, I'm just a fan of an independent Fed. Let the Fed do their job.
Well, I think those days are over.
All right, Tom, let's do some crypto stuff. So, because people love that. Just kidding. No, they don't. Nobody owns crypto. And I know that's not true, but it's the people, it's the
true.
companies that are buying the crypto. It's you guys, it's Sailor, it's the people that are early adopters. There are still a lot of people who just feel like they missed it. They hate when we talk about it. It's enough. Bank of America, they ask their clients, do you guys own crypto? And 75% of them are at zero. So it is this weird thing where the price keeps going up. We know some of the reasons why, yet nobody seems to be owning it.
Yes. We know crypto is a generational divide because if you did the survey with someone under age 30, it's probably like 50% own crypto. But history shows pretty clearly it's people in their 20s and 30s that are driving all future change. Credit card spending shows their investment.
The 75% doesn't matter. In other words,
yeah, or the 75% is going to flip to 75% own crypto.
So we had the chief legal officer and chief financial officer of Coinbase, which is arguably the most public-facing, successful crypto company. They spent 45 minutes with us on Monday. We put out the video. The video does far less views than what we typically put out on Mondays. I'm not mad about it. I thought it was an amazing interview. I'm really good at this. I don't know if you know. Michael,
You're very good.
And Michael knows crypto better than I do. And I thought we did a great job. I look at the comments, and these are our fans. So, like, that's fine. You know, we want to hear honest feedback. They don't fucking care. They just, it's like, oh, these assholes again, talking about Coinbase. Yeah. So we had crypto people in the comments who hate Coinbase because it's centralizing crypto. All right, that's fine.
Oh, no, it's
that's
ass.
A minority. Like, people in traditional finance still do not want to hear about any success in crypto. And I think my answer to why that's the case, I think they look at the people who have made millions or billions of dollars in crypto as having done something illegitimate or lottery-esque. I don't think it captivates their hearts and souls. They don't look at it like, look how smart these people are. And what's so funny is there are famous value investors who haven't outperformed the market in 15 years. If I put them on YouTube right now, the views would skyrocket.
Yeah.
And you know the names I'm thinking of. I'm not going to say them. But it's like, let me get this straight.
Right about that.
This asset class has been the best performing asset class in the world for 10 years.
Mm.
And you don't want to give any credit to the people that saw it early and capitalized. You'd rather hear from somebody who couldn't make money if it hit
Icon.
Because they're quote unquote doing it the right way.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it is. So imagine like if your neighbor one day discovered oil in his backyard and became like really rich.
Oh, you would hate his
You'd
guts.
hate him for.
I agree with that.
And then he's like, it becomes an oil evangelist. You'd be like, I hate oil.
Enough with the oil. Shut up with the oil.
Right. I hate you. Yeah. I hate oil. Right. All right. So that you think
and
that's
then
what
imagine the oil did have a lot of scammy parts to it.
I would also say the people that hate it because they heard about it early and they missed it. All of the big boys said it's tulips. It's the tulips all over again. All of them. All of them could have put $1 million into Bitcoin when it was $500. All of them. They wiped their ass with $1 million. They could have done it if they wanted to. They didn't out of spite. They did not do it out of spite. And now they will live with that for the rest of their lives.
Yep. And
right? You'd be like, enough with the oil.
Well, that's right. That's the other thing. Yeah. A lot of this money, they view it as...
They badmouthed it. They shit on it, told everyone not to take it. It's going to go... And now they have to live on that. Just like Peter Schiff. The dude has been saying, do not buy Bitcoin since Bitcoin was like $200. It's going to zero still. Buy gold.
With Bitmine Emerging Technologies. The risk to any asset class, the primary risk is leverage. And leverage took down crypto in the last cycle. A lot of bad actors. Talk about, so you tweeted, or Bitmine tweeted on August 18th, that you guys held 1.5-ish million.
Michael said, like a Bible, I think most people opinion on crypto is if they had a good, bad experience on it. Probably.
And why are people who say that this is like the epicenter of the next catastrophe wrong?
Okay. I assume you're being leverage of Bitmine. Like, does the Bitmine stock have a leverage?
Just what you guys are doing, what Sailor is doing, like is there going to be
the concept of the crypto treasury involves we're going to borrow money, use it to accumulate these coins where the supply is shrinking.
Yes,
and that's the secret sauce.
Like, will there be a margin call? Is that the risk?
Yes.
Talk about that.
If you could let me do like a couple minute explanation here.
Duncan, what do you think? We're gonna allow it? You good with it?
Because it's not a sense.
I'm genuinely fascinated by this.
Yeah,
I want to hear it.
So on June 30th, BitMine announced the transaction where I joined as chairman, and then Mosaics, who's my
I didn't
partner
really
in this, became
realize he was
the
pro
digital
crypto.
consultant to help manage the treasury. So essentially, we helped to recast the company as an Ethereum treasury company.
What was it prior? It was tanning salons?
No, it was a Bitcoin
BitMine
mining.
Oh, it was
company.
a mine. Okay.
He's
Bitcoin
BMNR.
And at that time, there was a $250 million investment that we brought in.
Tom Lee is
Founders
BMNR.
Fund and Stan Druckenmiller and real people. And what we, at that time, there was $4 of Ethereum per share, and the stock was $4.50.
So no premium, effectively, almost no premium.
Yeah,
okay,
that's right. And then we've used capital markets, like brought in institutional investors subsequently, and then bought more Ethereum.
I didn't put two and two together.
Shares of stocks.
Yeah,
Secondary
that's
offering?
right.
Okay,
That's right. And that includes Kathy.
I
Wood.
just play freaking charts. I thought this was just a Chinese company that went treasury. I didn't realize it was Tom Lee's.
And Bill Miller's. And so last week
I don't remember you calling me, but okay. Continue.
Yes.
We'll talk about that later.
Yes.
Okay.
But last week there was an updated registration statement filed, so you could calculate how much Ethereum was held per share, and it was $35 per share. Okay. So the stock, you had $4 of Ethereum per share on June 30th, and then last week at the registration statement, it was now 35, and the stock was trading at like 1.5 times, because stock was, let's say 50, 1.5 times its Ethereum held. But when you bought it on June 30th, it was trading at 0.2 times where the Ethereum would be in a month later.
Okay.
Now, all of that was financed with equity, mainly institutional investors. There's the only debt on BitMine's company is $1 million loan that was originally there on June 30th. So the company but everything, its first principle is it's literally straight, clean equity.
So no leverage. It's cash to buy.
Cash to buy.
So you guys call Druckenmiller, Kathy. It's like, hey, we're going to do this thing. We're going to use this stock as a vehicle to acquire ETH.
Yeah.
Now, ticker Novavax share seeing heavy activity in November. Victor Alpha X-Ray, new highs, NVDA.
In other words, you're putting money into the company. We're issuing you shares in the company. We're going to take your money that you give us, and we're going to buy ETH.
Ethereum.
Okay, so nothing magical other than it's Ethereum and it's
not. Got any news or something?
Hey, we're going to do a transaction where we're going to buy.
Daily
I don't know,
755.
Yeah.
Or something that's more.
Yeah. So Ethereum, number one.
Markets are pooping.
Is where the stablecoin boom is taking place. 60% of it. So like this whole Genius Act, Besant says stablecoins are going to go from 250 billion to 4 trillion.
Note
That's
FDA
exponential demand
is
growth.
approving COVID shots with new restrictions. The headline on the wire.
For Ethereum.
They're replacing money market funds.
Correct, and it's dollarization and all.
Remember seeing some headlines
Ethereum
out.
3% native yield if you stake it.
FDA is approving COVID shots with new restrictions.
So the 6.6 billion held of Ethereum.
Remember, that's coming from New York Times. Once again, FDA approves COVID shots with new restrictions coming from New York Times.
Right now, the day we turn on staking, not only is there no debt on Bitminer, it's going to pay you $200 million a year in dividends.
And what do you do with that? Buy more Ether?
Or we might just pay it out as cash dividends.
Where does that 3% native yield come from? Is that gas fees that users are paying to use ETH?
Well, it's called proof of stake. So Ethereum doesn't have a proof of work model where you're competing for a block reward. It's saying if you hold ETH and you agree to stake it and validate transactions, you earn the staking fee, which is 3%.
Okay, so that's where that's coming from.
Yeah, and then there's a power law force at work that if we get to 5% of Ethereum, we become a really benevolent staking entity. That's why we want to get to 5%.
The distinction, one of the many distinctions between ETH and Bitcoin for people listening that don't care that much but care a little, is that the Ethereum Foundation and the Ethereum whales are fairly
The
coordinated.
ticker
They have made
BNTX
changes
also seen increased activity. Ticker INO, India November Oscar at highs.
before in the protocol, and they have changed ETH like successfully, I would argue,
Yeah.
To make it more useful to the community. Whereas Bitcoin, there was one major fork where they created Bitcoin Cash, but other than that, it's probably too dispersed for there to ever be any kind of coordinated action.
That's right.
Okay, so this is not quite as decentralized as Bitcoin, but it's more useful for things like stable coins.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're working with the Ethereum Foundation because we can explain to them what Wall Street's looking for. So keep in mind that the Genius Act and then SEC's Project Crypto is the recognition that using blockchain makes Wall Street faster and more efficient. I've seen it at Bitmine because like when we get the cash, the minute it touches the blockchain, it moves we have much better visibility, and it's much easier to move, to actually track the money. The wallets are all tracked. And this is like 1971, because in 1971, the dollar went off the gold standard.
Yeah.
And everyone said, oh, I'll buy gold instead. But remember, the dollar suddenly became a fiat.
Yeah.
And Wall Street innovated because they said, now we have a dollar. Let's make sure we can move the dollars efficiently.
You don't need to move bars of gold to match the movement of the dollars.
Correct. So it created Wall Street, came out of that single act in 1971. So now, 2025, Project Crypto from the SEC and Genius Act is saying, Wall Street, take advantage of this new technology to make Wall Street a tech industry. But they're all choosing to do it, or the majority are choosing to do it on Ethereum. Ethereum is a smart contract platform and has what they call EVMs, Ethereum virtual machines. So you can do basically a lot of smart programs and contracts. That's where Robinhood is doing their stable coins, the tokenized products on top of Ethereum.
Right.
So that's...
Well, there's another L2 in the mix also for what Robinhood's doing, but they basically want to turn stocks into a tokenized thing, which I would imagine the initial stages you're doing that to attract more investor capital because people are really into it. But over the long term, if a large portion of the market goes that way, it's probably just in a more efficient system.
Yeah.
You get rid of DTC.
Here's the risk. Let's just say that there's no margin call. It's clean. It's cash. The risk potentially is that I think that you are responsible for the move in ETH, the crazy move of the last couple of weeks. Like you did that, in my estimation. You got people excited. Bitmine is a huge thing. You're raising tons of money. You're buying tons of ETH. If and when, because at some point there'll be a pullback. Obviously, like it's a risk asset. If at some point there's a pullback, there's a geopolitical event, a macro event, whatever the case may be, risk off, and ETH goes from 4,200 to 3,000 to 220, whatever. If you can't raise fresh capital because people just say like, it's a bear market, I'm not doing this, and you're not buying at the pace at which you were buying, would that like take the floor underneath away from ETH? Is that possible?
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind a couple of things because I can't tell you too much about the operations. We're not moving the price of ETH. I can assure you.
No, but the announcement of you being involved got other people to buy ETH.
But I'm just saying like in a practical sense, because when we're actually in the market, I don't think we've ever done an outbid.
Okay.
So I can't explain what we're doing.
You're cleaning up sellers? People that are selling,
I have to be very... I can't tell you how
Okay.
we're buying but we're buying, ETH tokens, but we're not... We
got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And secondly, just to keep in mind, like we have $1 billion buyback program in place. And with this native yield from ETH, we could be buying back the shares.
Buying back the shares, not more ETH, but the actual stock.
That's right.
Okay.
So like, in other words, like we have an internal mechanism to protect shareholders, but shareholders aren't being hurt in the sense that there's $35 of ETH. Well, last week, $35 of ETH held per share supporting the stock price, which means we're not trading at a premium, especially considering the growth of that Ethereum held per share. It's growing like 50 cents a day or something.
But if you're going to be at 5% of ETH, if that's the goal, don't you kind of want ETH to come in? Don't you want to buy at lower prices?
Yeah, I would. I want to be stacking it lower.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I'm going to say this has been a good environment for BitMine to see ETH kind of correct here.
Pull back a little bit.
How big could ETH get? What? How big? How? I hate the term market cap because it's not applicable. Your company has a market cap. ETH doesn't have a market cap. Has a market size.
He has a network value.
What is what is the current value of all the ETH in the world? How big do you think it could get? Because working backwards, that's what the 5% stake in ETH, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what do you
it's
think?
about 480 billion right now of fully diluted network value.
Okay.
And notes and ticker FNV
Is the supply
Foxtrot November.
contracting or not yet?
Victor
it's actually growing
FNV
about
dub
1%,
circulation
growing
Banyan
1%.
Hill out with a
Slower
new
than
long idea
Bitcoin's
with
inflation
commentary
rate.
says this
Okay.
It's
golden
actually a third of
opportunity
Bitcoin's inflation
in this
rate.
golden
And
Goldilocks
how big do you
market.
think that could be?
Well,
So ticker
I think
FNV.
that there is a very high probability, I'm going to say maybe even 50%, that Ethereum's network value will flip Bitcoin's.
Jeez.
Like when?
The flippening.
Maybe in a couple years.
People have been saying this for a long time.
Yeah.
How much bigger is Bitcoin now? Is it
It's
six times?
2.2 trillion right now.
And ETH is what, 400 billion?
Yeah.
So
all right.
but you're not an ETH maxi. You think
I'm not.
He
I'm still
said
Bitcoin bullish.
network value, so things on the network, which could make sense. Like you're not using Bitcoin to tokenize items. If tokenization of items becomes a thing, like a mainstream thing, like tokenize your house, well, that's $1 million right onto the under the blockchain. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about, whatever. He's talking about things on the network, on the blockchain.
I think Bitcoin's going to 1 million, but I'm saying like Ethereum's.
I still think Ethereum, they got it all wrong. I mean, whatever. It's not always the best technology that wins. It's the ones that the big boys want that wins. I mean, we all saw what gas fees did during 2021 and 2022. 2020, Ethereum's gas fees are stupid and just can get so clogged with congestion. So I don't know.
Relative size, the ratio will actually be 1 to 1.
Okay.
Last thing for me on this topic. When I dismissed a lot of this group as dumb money, what I meant was the people that are funding these treasury companies thinking that they're going to get the premium on the value of their tokens the way that Sailor did, the way that you are going to. I don't think there could be 30 ETH treasury winners. I think you can do it if anyone can. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's there's two things to ensure the differentiation. One is you need to have liquidity in stock. BitMine is the 10th most traded stock.
Cannabis ETFs back up.
That's crazy.
John, chart
Wow.
14. This is unbelievable.
Let me see this.
What did you just say?
I don't think there could be 30 ETH treasury winners. I think you can do it if anyone can. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's there's two things to ensure the differentiation. One is you need to have liquidity in stock. BitMine is the 10th most traded stock in the stock market.
That's crazy.
John,
Wow.
chart 14. This is unbelievable.
Let me see this.
So you have the alchemy of 5%, Bitcoin miner or BMNR ranked number 10 by 5-day average daily volume. This is unfriggin' believable.
Your stock is trading more volume than Alphabet.
Broadcom, MicroStrategy.
Wow, you flipped strategy already. That's pretty impressive.
So nobody else can do this.
Correct. So that's liquidity because institutions want liquidity. So they know that, Tom, we can buy 10 million shares of your stock, but we can get out if we lose. We're not stuck. We're not like a prison. The second is the velocity because, see, compared to an ETF, if you bought an Ethereum ETF on June 30th, you still only have $4 of ETH per share. We took your $4 and now it's 35. We're growing your ETH holdings. So it's different than owning a closed-end fund. We're actively growing your Ethereum.
All right, so this is maybe a dumb question. Why wouldn't you do a secondary again? You think you wouldn't have buyers? Of course you would.
Yeah, there's probably there's an enormous interest.
But when you do a secondary, it's not dilutive because you're putting the money right into ETH.
Correct. So it's actually
It's not like a traditional secondary then.
Yeah, Michael Saylors explained it like
Don't say yield. Don't say yield.
No. He's saying he's selling, $1 worth of Bitcoin, but because of the multiple of the stock, he's buying $3 of Bitcoin with it. That's what his mechanism is. When you raise capital and then you're buying an asset instead of a building, you're actually improving your book value.
Okay.
And then Ethereum itself is only at 4,000-ish. But if it flips, you know what I mean? Like, so Ethereum has a lot of upside. And
Are there other tokens out there that this idea makes sense for? Is that something that you guys are thinking about?
I think if something is useful, like, because Ethereum has this whole story of like Wall Street going onto the blockchain. That's makes it more useful. But remember, the AI world, the agentic world, where when you have robots, you have to now know proof of human or proof that this is a valid instruction sent to the robot. They're going to have to build a token model, which is right now most of that's happening on Ethereum. So the AI world, as you go to agentic, has to use tokens on a public chain, and it looks like a lot of it's going to happen on Ethereum.
Okay.
Really?
If there are any
Well,
viewers
that's the
still
game
with us,
changer right there.
Yeah.
We'll move. Is there anything else we wanted to do?
No, it's enough. It's enough. All right, we can't get out of here
gotta
without
do granny shots.
without giving you your flowers, as the kids say, about granny shots. What an
On
absolute home run.
BNTX
2
and PFE, Pfizer and BioNTech, Comirnaty receives U.S. FDA approval for adults 65 and older and individuals ages 5 through 64 at increased risk for severe COVID-19. That's on BNTX and PFE.
$8 billion in assets. When did you launch this? Last week?
November 2024.
Unbelievable.
Let's just go through the slides really quickly. So for people that aren't familiar, Granny Shots is Tom's sort of like thematic ETF. The term comes from a famous basketball player who used to shoot free throws underhand, and Tom kind of used that as like a metaphor for picking stocks that he thinks are an underhand layup. Not layup, but like a free throw.
Yes.
Not that they're risk-free or that things can't go wrong.
What's up,
but like,
Sigma?
he looks at these as like granny shots, and therefore the ticker is GRNY. Not promoting the ETF, just explaining it. Full disclaimers apply. But show us the holdings. So these are like multiple themes inside of one thematic ETF.
Correct.
Okay, and these are the themes that you think are going to be the dominant themes. Therefore, these are the types of stocks that you want to be invested in.
Yeah, so the idea is like these things are going to last 10 to 15 years. Just like you said, AI is a juggernaut of a theme, like a story. It's not just 2025. It's going to be 2035 until 2035.
If you put Bitcoin immersion stock into Granny Shots, does the universe implode? Yes. How does that work? Is that like two versions of you coming together
But
at the
he's
same
got
time?
strategy in
It's
there.
like crossing the streams, right?
Yeah.
Crossing the streams.
Here are the names.
Great reference.
Hidden Gem, Meta Platforms.
Nobody knows that.
I'm just teasing you. But you have
Garmin.
But you have stocks in here that people would not associate with like the future thematically. Fair Isaac Corporation, which is a data provider.
Yeah.
Caterpillar.
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
What else is in here?
PayPal Progressive. That's a granny shot.
Yeah, actually, some
Monster
of this.
Beverage.
Yeah.
All
By
right.
the way, there was a rebalance last week, so there's some removals.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay.
Because we did our quarterly rebalance last week. But yes, those are the
Every
names.
time I want this thing to break a level before I buy it, it just doesn't.
One of the themes that is in here is millennials. And
CRML
so not everything
coming
is an
up.
AI story. Because like Monster is an example of a millennial
They
stock.
love it. Yeah.
Correct.
That's their Coca-Cola.
Yeah. And the idea is there's plenty of millennial stocks, but we wanted to have a stock that's tied to two themes. So Monster has to be tied to another theme. As you can see, it's tied to millennials and then style tilt. Or sorry, seasonality. So the reason that matters is that a single theme won't always work at every month in a stock market.
So stocks that find themselves being relevant to multiple themes
means
can make it in.
Yeah, so it'll have like one thing pulling it if something's not pushing.
What do you say to people who look at this list of holdings and say, "Oh, I get it"?
Oh, now it goes. You piece of junk.
It's not that. You're saying
it's not. Yeah,
there's more going on here than just these are the big winners over the last 12 months.
That's right. If you pulled up the MTUM, which I don't have here, it doesn't look like the same list.
Okay.
So Morningstar does the ranking. Quantitative is just
Shut
my
up,
opinion.
Keb.
Yeah.
And you guys are crushing it. You're in the top. You're in the second percentile. Well, last week, who cares? But year to date, second percentile out of 1,392 different players.
Yeah.
That's incredible, dude.
It's a top 20 top 28.
Now you got to stay
fund
there.
out of 1,400.
What's a bad market environment for this? Is it choppy market or a bear market? Like, in what market does this not stay near the top of the rankings?
It did see a drawdown February to April. So a bear market caused this to underperform, but then the recovery or stabilization caused us to make up all the ground lost.
Okay.
So I would say this is trying to find the 30 most important stocks in the S&P that are tied to the growth drivers.
Okay.
So it's kind of a bit more growth oriented.
Can I pitch you a version of this that maybe you haven't considered?
Yes.
It's called Grandpa Shots.
Okay.
And it's like members only. We would get very long, like brown loafers if there's a trade, classic rock, books about World War II. Like, we would just like, right? Who's with me on this?
And smoking, you gotta have to have smoking jackets, things that you'd wear. Like,
yeah, just like things that are just like
New Balance sneakers.
Yeah, maybe it's not a great strategy. Maybe we want to short those things. Congratulations, dude. This is amazing to watch.
And by the way, didn't we say not to do this?
I told you don't.
Advice.
I said don't do it.
Great advice.
But joking around. The reason I said don't do it is because when you have a bad month, when the strategy is a bad month, now this is like the thing that people use to beat you over the head with.
Yeah.
But you never cared about that.
Yeah,
So.
I'm okay with that. And we do record a video every week with our granny shot. So people have full transparency of like what's working, what's not. And I think that.
Do people tell you who they're pulling money from to put money into this?
Well, people always ask us what kind of bucket we're in. And at the moment, we're not on any of the major wirehouse platforms yet because we need to be 1 year in.
That's how you get to $5 billion.
Yeah.
Right. Because then if they approve you, like UBS, Morgan Stanley, if they're like, all right, we'll put this in the growth bucket, forget it. It's lights out.
Yes.
Because then it's people like, well, I don't need to own S&P growth. I want to own this.
Yeah.
This resonates more with me.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think so we're just trying to find you the best sort of important theme drivers in the market.
Dude, I love it. Congrats. It's amazing.
Thanks.
We end the show these days with something called What Are You Looking Forward To? And it could be career, it could be personal, it could be whatever. What are you most looking forward to right now?
Oh, I actually have something interesting going on. Because like usually you'll ask me and like
sounds like you do. Okay.
Next, at the end of this month, I'm going to Seoul with my wife to the Frieze Art Festival.
What is that?
It's an art festival. It's the last year in Seoul, Korea. Like Frieze has art festivals, I think, in Miami and a few other places.
Okay.
She likes art, but it's really we're going to see friends. So I'm actually taking a little vacation.
Is she Korean?
She's Korean.
Okay. So how long are you gonna go for?
August 29th.
Okay.
Then September 7th, I come back to Huntington Beach because
Future Proof,
my favorite conference
I'm
is
so happy
going.
that you're coming.
We're so excited. We're bringing like half the company there.
It's amazing. So, what is Fundstrat's presence at Future Proof going to be like? You're going to meet, I don't know, thousands. I think we'll be at 5,000 people this year.
Yeah,
which is going to be bananas.
We're bringing Mark Newton.
Okay, we love Mark,
head of technical strategy. We're bringing Sean Farrell.
Okay,
who's our digital guy.
Come on.
We're bringing all this like swag, granny
Not
stuff.
the freaking previous resistance.
I'm
it's
going to
not
be
holding.
speaking, but you guys do put on, I think is one of the most important conferences and really one of the best conferences all year. So this is like, I'm very excited about it.
Awesome. We're so happy. We're so happy to have you guys. And for those of you who are coming to Future Proof, Tom is going to be booking hour slots to hang out with him. So you go to whatever the activity is you want to do, Tom will commit to doing it. So jump on the app. Make sure you.
It's good. That was real good. What is this thing gonna do? I feel like it's Gotta dip first, huh? This upper Bollinger Band ain't gonna let it go. No. There's the cock. Can call it. I like the CRML because trying to test yesterday's highs. That's what I'm hoping for on the break.
Members taking a peek at your 5-year note auction, drawing 3.724%. Bid to cover at 2.36.
SATS, huge pop. I'd like to see that. SATS is juicing now. $78 break would be a W. Do it. Yeah, baby. CRBL broke. It's out. Oh, this thing's starting to juice here. Still in half. See why? Corey, 1 minute. NBY did a special cash dividend. SATS. Jeez. 1 minute. Cock potential. 25. Oh, come on. Hidden seller. Oh, okay, it's gone. And it's gone. Literally a half a second. Literally a half a second. This thing is freaking juicing. INHD starting to break out a bit. Right, still in all this. Good extension. I needed your new scarf. Damn it. Star Trek's mom. Unbelievable. Aren't you supposed to be on a pole somewhere? Back in the 80s. Oh, jeez. Core we move. MDB through 290. Shut up, Halo. Going the wrong way here. AEO starting to juice. Is the squeeze beginning to squoze? Little double bottom here. 13 holds. Juicy juice. Let's kind of look at this on a bigger chart. All right, what ticker did I just say I was going to look at? What ticker did I just say? Hey, yo, thank you. Jeez, a massive brain fart. Look at this on the 15-minute. Clear breakout. Hourly. Wow. One, two, three. Hmm. Hmm. This is big here, boys. Zero pullback yet. DMNR. Interesting here. Support level. I'd like to see like a 1564 break. Do nothing. Long it. Did the opposite of doing nothing. Yeah, I'm really hoping AEO gives us a pullback. Okay. Is this a new feature? Put in an order for a certain strike and you get the weeklies and the next week's? Huh. Time spread. Yeah. They've made enough money off of the money spread. Now they can get me on the time. STSS coming back up. INHD trying again. If this goes south on me, I will be making a phone call. This ain't no spread. I bought both of them are calls. I don't even know. Little mini wedge here. Good entry. I get over 84. This could go bad, could go good. Very tight here. If this goes up, the MACD is going to cross too. It's a 5-minute cuck doing nothing on it so far. If you start breaking these horizontals here, it probably does wash out, but holding it up so far. So that 42, if that breaks, it might get you to that 33. WHLR juicing. Not sure what that's about. This bet cracking 20 again on volume. Is ETH moving? Not yet. These spreads, this is disgusting. Come on, break 42. Nope. I gotta take some off. It's just like not breaking out. Retest the diagonal. Wow. Of course. Do I think NVIDIA will fall 15 to 20%? I don't know what to think of NVIDIA. I really think that everybody is ramping up more buying of NVIDIA stuff. It just depends of how much. The question I have is there enough power to run the need for the processing? Like, is the I don't think there's a bottleneck of supply for cards. If there's a bottleneck, it's power. That's my guess. And if there's a bottleneck for power, how long until that gets rectified? Shut up, good banana. Like all these, small nuclear plants that they want to, how long does it take to build one of those and get it online? Like, I don't know. Can't be quick. Got a link of banana? I'll play it. Their first commercial unit will be online in 2 years for OKLO. Jeez. There are too many to show you one, but this journal is quantums are short. They're sharing niche, and the players today aren't making money and don't even have a product. News really has tried to rent server time and cannot. Interesting. I mean, I'm not going to short it. He's probably right. The weird thing about quantum that I don't get, there must be some hidden reason, is like everybody's got a quantum computer that they're building. Like, why? Like, everybody. But I won't short it, because I don't really swing short. But it's just such a retail play, and I never want to bet against retail. A la GME, a la Palantir. Like, they will dick you. Unity juicing. Finally breaking out on the daily, huh? Will control the world. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Looking at Crow here. It's a 15-minute chart. A little price compression. INHD just went. First minute or two. All right, we'll watch it.
Been interested in your thoughts in a variety of different areas: Palantir, NVIDIA, Bitcoin, quantum. So I think we can take those one by one. But I think we'll start off with the elephant in the room. Everyone has been wondering why you are short quantum and how quantum is going up 4 or 5x. Is it just retail hype, momentum, or do you, the guy who has done pretty well for himself in life in terms of managing money, not understand the quantum thesis? So I'll just lay it out there. Are you right, or are the shorts going to get burned on quantum?
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is going to be one of the biggest trades in my career. I think that, and my career is not, as you know, it's not in trading. My career is in being an entrepreneur. I built drug companies. I'm building a software company now, so it's not really one of these things where I, have wanted to or I'm going to, be a hedge fund manager. Or I've never really wanted to do that, and nevertheless, I find myself compelled, because this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. There really hasn't been anything like this. I don't know if ever is the right term, but it's really a remarkable thing that's going on in the market, and it's wrapping a lot of people who are new to the market into it. And I think it's there's something like this happens, every few years. We had the cannabis rally, we had NFTs, we had, 3D printing, there's a lot of little mini bubbles, but this one's pretty preposterous. I mean, 3D printing could have been a thing, cannabis could have been a thing, and you just have to sort of wait and see. And then when all the cannabis companies reported earnings, they were really bad, gross margins were negative. You can't build a business on negative gross margins. And, you sort of watch and kind of like decide that, okay, this is a cool and exciting idea, but the business just isn't there. Quantum is sort of like that. There's just no possible way that these companies could be successful.
There's no way they could be successful.
No way. Yeah. So my girlfriend's where a lot of people are experts, and we talk to all the same experts everyone else does, all the big names in the field. But the big names in the field are telling you that it's not possible. Scott Aronson, again, my girlfriend worked with him at MIT and at OpenAI. And in essence, Scott just doesn't believe that quantum's coming anytime soon. But worse than that, there's 4 quantum stocks: Rigetti, D-Wave, IonQ, and Quantum Computing Inc.
Correct.
2 of those are frauds. So IonQ and Rigetti are actually trying to build a quantum computer. Now, I think that's 30 years away. Even if you do build it, there's nothing there. But D-Wave and Quantum Computing Inc., in my opinion, and I know other people disagree, they are complete scams.
Oh, damn it.
So D-Wave has been around 20 years. They made 6 computers, 6 generations of their computers. They've never worked. You can't find a customer who says they work. You can't find a customer who actually uses the machines in production. In software, we call production live setting, the real deal. Not just, trying
as soon as I sell,
this thing can work someday, but actually no, this is a part of our business.
Right.
No, not a single one that I'm aware of. And again, if the company could show one, I challenge them to do so. But, so I'm shorting these stocks. QCI was a beverage company. They're under investigation by the SEC. Not that I love the SEC, but, I think that, this is a company that basically didn't exist before. They had $30,000 of revenue last quarter, 30,000. Your stream and my stream do more than that. And I think that, for this to be a $2 billion publicly traded company that has a quantum is just silly. Again,
why? In your professional opinion, how did we get to $2 billion off 30,000 in revenue?
Liquidity. So it's liquidity. I love your stream, your viewers. I love my viewers. Not all of our viewers are the sharpest tools in the shed. There are a few amongst us who are not great at investing. You're excited. You want to buy the next NVIDIA. So do I. But you have to look through thousands of stocks to find the one gem. And that's not what people do. People are lazy. They don't want to do that. They want to read Reddit. They want to watch a YouTube.
They see one thing that sounds exciting. Oh, that sounds like the future. I'm going to buy that. And,
Ethereum's
you know,
starting to
that's
move.
typically what happens. NFTs were the same way. Cannabis was the same way. How could you deny the sexiness of cannabis? You got a 100-year-old tobacco industry in the US, $100 billion companies, and now you have weed. Oh my God, this is going to be huge. Well, it turns out the business fundamentals just weren't that good. And the Tilrays went down 95%, Aurora Cannabis down 95%, et cetera. And the reality just hits you sometimes. And we all want to buy growth stocks. We all want to buy exciting stocks that could be the future. But you also have to do your homework. And you know, the CEO of IonQ, former CEO and founder, had this very esoteric podcast, a physics podcast.
I saw you tweeting about it yesterday.
Yeah, 629 nanometer. It's like the nerdiest thing you can imagine. But this is where you find the alpha. And he went on there and he said that quantum computing is not going to be around for another 30 years. And there's no application. We don't know what they're good for, literally. And even the NSA. So the one thing I concede on quantum is that they would be
31.
extremely good for hacking and encryption breaking. You know, and this is like a hobby of mine on the side, specifically with Bitcoin. And so I've played with quantum computers. I've bought every single commercial quantum computer. I'm a major user of their cloud time. Spent thousands of dollars of my own money on quantum computing, and I can tell you these machines don't work. You know, they can't factor even the number like a million, which a child could factor with pen and paper.
Right.
These quantum computers can't do that. And it doesn't look like, oh, we're just around the corner, we're going to get a breakthrough. In fact, if anything, it looks like we may be at a logjam. Now, technology does progress, and sometimes you get these discontinuous jumps where it's like, oh, wow, okay, it didn't work before, and all of a sudden, boom, it works, kind of like AI.
Shut up, Shred.
But the problem is, what are we going for? What is it that we're going to do
It's a flat
when the magic
resumption
machine
here.
shows up? And nobody can answer this question. And factoring numbers is fun. I like doing it. But the only thing it's good for is encryption. We've already had post-quantum encryption. In fact, the guy, his name is Chris Monroe. He's a genius. He's an idol of mine.
Yep.
He's probably going to win the Nobel Prize.
I didn't realize we
Chris
just broke the
said
daily too,
that
624
even the NSA
level.
doesn't want a quantum computer, which shocked me actually. That's way more bearish than I ever was. He said that they just want to know when quantum computers are coming so they can prepare for it. And I thought that was fascinating because a lot of people think the NSA has a quantum computer or they're really interested in it, but that impression from the founder of IonQ was really surprising to me. I wouldn't have characterized it that way. And again, he's sort of explaining that even the big companies like Google and IBM don't have quantum computers that will work. He thinks they're wasting their money.
So I want to talk about Google and IBM, but here's a question. If you were the biggest quantum bull on the planet, what is the use case that you are the most excited about because of quantum?
I think it's people who are these people are confused. They don't understand what these computers can or can't do. So if you think about computing in general, NVIDIA.
All right. I'll watch this out of the open here. Retest of 625 would be okay with me. 15 seconds. Oh. Take it off. Damn. Big buyer stepping in here. Short share restricted as well. This one doesn't feel like it's got the algos in it. What's the hull level? Nobody got it? Another big buyer. 734. Jeez.
LUCY shares of
Lucy popping up.
Innovative Eyewear, LUCY, getting a little pop here. Trade is circulating a YouTube video.
Gonna have to find that.
Reebok Smart Eyewear launch promo. That's Lima Uniform Charlie Yankee.
Where are they circulating that? I don't see it. STSS. So here's my take on that. You're getting close to the pinnacle. Like when you have a formation like this, when it gets to about 80%, 70% full, you're expecting a break. And right now we are hovering down at the lower side. Like for this to turn up, you're going to be near the 90% mark, and then I just don't trust it anymore. Doesn't mean it can't break and go, but rarely do formations, unless they're manipulated, go all the way to the pinnacle. So I can't short this, so yeah. You still going? Making fat stacks? You better be. You freaking better be, Ben. INHD 1 minute. Damn. Test a 7. See if it can hold. Hey, yo, trying to go. Getting a little on the heavier side here, boys. This needs to curl. There it is. Show a little freaking life. Is it gonna go now? Didn't really do what I wanted it to do, so I'm just gonna step back, reevaluate. The 1 minute cuck. Buy that? We buy it? No. Yes? Gonna take a piss. Be right back. It's a woman at cuck that really didn't do anything. Looking for a bounce here. There's the bounce. Frickin' A. There's the bounce. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. STSS, what you doing? Still playing around, huh? That was a decent 5-minute to play off of here, though. MDB, back up.
mRNA, Moderna receives FDA approval for updated COVID-19 vaccines targeting LP.8.1 variant. That's
I think that's
press
old news,
release
right?
now.
AEO testing the 200-day moving average yet again. You get over that, it could be Juice Central. Support area here. Somewhere. I don't know why I drew this line. Too slow. I wanted that 6 crack for the bounce, and I missed it. I'm in a cuck here.
GOOGL, Google or Alphabet, CNBC reported Google executive told employees last week in the past year the company has gotten rid of a third of its managers overseeing small teams. That's GOOGL.
Whoa, you were a manager? Didn't realize that. Was it easy for you to find a new job with that credential? Or did you find one? You just day trade now? Connections are good. Yeah. Nice. Good banana. Nice. Okay. We want to get out of this. That's not the one I meant to get. This is the one I wanted. You saw moving? I feel like whenever there's a rare earth play, it's always late day. Easy AI. Daily looks interesting. See if it's got it in it. Short leash on this. It's a 1 minute cuck. Watch the 68 break. Really not what you'd be expecting to see here. I feel like it's going to break down. See if I can short this. Maybe. Holy squeezeaholics here. Markets are freaking juicing. No way I get filled. Zero shot. Yeah. What song is this? Oh my gosh. Won't even play for some reason. This is the reason why I am not monetized on YouTube. Just this shit all the time. If I play a clip of a song that long in YouTube, the whole thing is demonetized. New highs in the old stock market. See, this is when, I mean, I might still play this, but I will not trust the move. Like, it's very clearly inside of a wedge, but you are near the pinnacle now, and it is, like, not trustworthy in my opinion. Am I green? Yeah, I'm very green. 2400 day.
Ticker PGRE, a takeover note, Papa Golf, Romeo, Echo, SL Green, Empire State are among bidders for Paramount
PGRE
Group that come from sources from the real
takeover.
deal. PGRE, you're seeing heavy activity.
Okay. Am I in at 84? Right back down. Sell it. Thank you, Cheese.
Let's go for $300,000 again.
I'm just trying to get back to 250. Here's your break on the downside. I wish I could have shorted this. Yeah, I was looking at the 15 level. It's right, exactly what I was thinking. Oh, now it wants to go to 7 PGRE.
That's continued circulations on that takeover note now for PGRE. Shares are seeing heavy activity, new highs on bidders for Paramount Group, Papa Golf, Romeo Echo.
Are you looking the reclaim of the diagonal cheese or like a dollar level? I just want to know so I can front run you. Just kidding. Kind of like this spot here. Don't like what I just got. I wanted 1485. This is right after a failed cuck. So this is either going to be an M pattern or... yeah.
That's that news from PGRE now on the wires. Papa Golf, Romeo Echo.
Oof. Come on, go test for 15. AEO got some levels here on the 5-minute. Looks really, really nice. It's the underside. Spreads suck. $15.08. Be the reclaim. There it is.
I know ticker PGY, Papa Golf, Yankee, no James Alsher, out with a new long idea, PGY. The America 2.0 credit engine, PGY is seeing an increase of activity on that.
PGY, James Alsher. This is the OPEN guy. He's burned me before. And it's not doing anything. I don't want to dick with it when I got this thing open. Your buy order got rejected. It's my line in the sand here. Buy order got rejected. S-Bet's not playing nice today. Shut up, Cheese. I don't want to hear it. I'm $3,000 today. You can't talk shit to me. You can't talk shit to me. Okay, that's bullish and golfing on the 30. Okay.
FIVE 5 below shares up 2.8% at the highs now ahead of their earnings coming up after the close today. That's FIVE.
Jeez, look at that daily. You're telling me if this doesn't close over 1328, it's not going to juice? The daily 200 sitting right there. Just want to swing. I don't want to take shares, especially with freaking NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA earnings going to dick me. I know it. STSS trying again? It's gotta get up there. Chips. Oops. I beg to differ on that one. Hmm. Hmm. Still a resistance here.
Hey, no, it's Integra Oklo. Okay, hello. No Barron's is out with an exclusive piece with Oklo interview with CEO. Shares are seeing an increase of activity. Okay, hello. So shares near highs with increase of activity on Barron's. Exclusive interview with Oklo being posted.
Come on. Keep going. You got levels to break. No. I missed the sell button 3 separate times there. Clicked here. It's frustrating. Hotkey. Do we believe? Sure has a chance to. Do I want the dash number? What are we talking about here? Some kind of pillow talk? for a hotkey that I don't use. Oh, did it just break it? No, it did not. Okay. What's ETH doing?
It's a new highs for OKLO, OKLO, continued activity.
This was a cuck. Nice work, Tom. Jeez, didn't realize a Baron's freaking interview could juice something like that.
It's a continued relative activity for ticker PGY, Papa Golf Yankee. Earlier, James Alsher, circulation's new long idea, new highs, PGY.
Do it, girl. Do it, girl. Oh, you looking at it, Cheese? You looking at it? Huh? Huh, Cheese? Get that little Sydney Sweeney look in your eye, you know what I mean? Huh? It's got the volume coming into it. This 1557 breaks, it might send it. How? Plays out the 13. You're damn right it does, Cheese. There we go. See, I just had to sell half.
No ticker BMR, Bravo, Michael Romeo, and ticker NVIDIA. No, and ticker NVIDIA is tweeting on BMR. Says exciting to see our collaboration driving impact in AI infrastructure. Ticker BMR is seeing increased activity on that note from NVIDIA.
Damn.
Continued heavy activity for BMR.
Stop on quote. All right, focus. Let's go back to this guy. I got so many things open. Remember that RR went yesterday and kept going off of NVIDIA highlighting it. I don't see NVIDIA's tweet on it. There it is. Oh, it's on NVIDIA Drive. I'm not subscribed to that one. Here it is. So BMR or BMR, and they responded. They're the first to like that. Making some money today. Closing this out. This didn't do shit for me.
MS Morgan Stanley, MS Michael Sandy popping to the highs here up 150.10. That's MS.
It's the retest of the breakout level. You would think it would hold just one time. Damn. Five freaking seconds. Good, man. That sounds like a solid game plan. Make sure you're based in China, though. WSTSS 90. Yep, there it is. Shit. Another one at 1604. Yuck on the fill. Jeez. It's all one pop and then nothing. Come on. Yeah, doing pretty good today. It's been a while. I haven't had a freaking 5K day in.
That's a great NNE November
Weeks.
Echo. Shares are seeing a bump in activity on increased social media activity.
On NNE, seen a volume pop. Traders mentioning the short interest on the name NNE.
Hey, yo. Indecision candle here. Yeah, I see that. Getting its ass kicked right now. It's dragging S-Bet with it. Just spiked to 1660. How did another Phantom fill? Where was that? 32.5. Yep, just this random ass 200 lot somehow managed to get over the ask. Screws the chart. Got a 5 minute now, 13:33 break. Be a 5. Got to keep this trend going, baby. I don't like any of this, though. Staying for NVIDIA? Probably not. I wonder if NVIDIA gives us a poor read. It's the first miss of whatever for whatever reason, blah, blah, blah. And it's what sets us off for the bad September. I feel like the market is like trying to find a reason to sell off for September. That being said, I am not holding this AEO overnight, the calls, because last time I did, whose earnings was it? This right here. I think I held it overnight here. Or no, it was this one. Right at the 200, and we gapped down, and it just sold off. Somebody's earnings through here dicked the whole thing, and I can't remember who it was. So I don't want to dick NVIDIA. I don't want to be blamed for it this time, so I will be selling these calls. Oh, weather balloon. Oh. Huh. 5.9% on NVIDIA. Still a big move. Oh, damn. Wrong way on that. I'm selling that. Clean bill of health now. Killing it here, boys and girl. $5,000 day. It's been a hot minute since I've had one of those. 3 for 3 green on the week. NVIDIA's coming up, and I want nothing to do with it. We're gonna go raid Micah Milano. Showers confirmed. Yep. Glad I changed my clothes, showered up. Got some errands I want to run. I gotta go buy some more Red Bull. All sorts of fun stuff. Anyways, shower stream when? All right, see you guys tomorrow. Show NVIDIA color. Cheese, can you post it in Discord? Under, I've already clicked the raid thing. All right, I gotta go. See you all tomorrow. I'm hungry. Exhausted. Love you all. Peace.